the regular meeting of the Southfield City Council, July 10th at 6 p.m. in council chambers. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Council President Mandelbaum.
Present.
President Pro Tem Taylor.
Here.
Councilmember Banks.
Present.
Councilmember Brightwell.
Here.
Councilmember Cruz. Councilmember Frazier.
Here.
Councilmember Hope.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Can you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have been asked by Councilman Cruz. He apologizes for his absence. He had a small injury. He is okay, but he will not be able to make it to this evening's council meeting. He just wanted me to convey that the reason for his absence. I'd also like to ask, before we get started, for a moment of silence for Burton Farbman, who is a longtime real estate developer and helped shape the city throughout his years. So if we can have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. We have a number of people signed up for communications this evening, and I see many of them are concerning the splash pad. I just wanted to point out that we will be having a public hearing later on in our agenda regarding the splash pad. You will have an opportunity to speak then. So if you want to hold off on your comments until the public hearing, you are welcome. You are welcome to speak at this part of our meeting as well. I just ask that we keep this, to remind everyone this is a business meeting. There should be no clapping or applauding for any speaker, either for or against the topic at which the speaker speaks. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and just a reminder to silence your cell phones out of respect for everyone who is speaking. The Southfield City Council has established the following rules of procedure for all speakers. No speaker may make personal or impertinent attacks upon any officer, employee, or city council member or other elected official that is unrelated to the manner in which the officer, employee, or city council member or other elected official performs his or her duties. No person shall use abusive or threatening language towards any individual when addressing the city council. Any person who violates this section shall be directed by the presiding officer to be orderly and silent. If a person addressing the council refuses to become silent when so directed, such person may be deemed by the presiding officer to have committed a breach of the peace by disrupting and impeding the orderly conduct of the public meeting of the city council and may be ordered by the presiding officer to leave the meeting. If the person refuses to leave as directed, the presiding officer may direct any law enforcement officer who is present to escort the violator from the meeting. The first person who has signed up is Jacqueline Curry.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Curry, and I'm here today to introduce myself. I have been appointed in April. I'm the engagement specialist for all of Oakland County for Nation Outside, Voices for the Formerly Incarcerated. Nation Outside is a grassroots organization made up of formerly incarcerated individuals. Our mission is to drive policy and practice reforms that can build transformative systems for support for justice-impacted people and their communities. What that means is that we are on the back end addressing the barriers to reentry and advocating for change in the current systems in place. Some of these changes involve clean slate, expungement, ban-the-box initiatives, and fair chance housing. I'm here, maybe a few of you have received my email because we will be having something on July 29th. It's called Bridging the Gap Between the Communities of Oakland County, because Oakland County is very divided. And they're divided because of zip code. Because someone may live in Southfield, someone may live in West Bloomfield. No matter what, we are one. When it comes down to it, Oakland County, we are one. So we're bringing everyone together. It can be council, we want the council members, the mayor, anyone, and also residents of Southfield to be at UWM on July 29th at 12 o'clock to 3. And it's bridging the gap because we have several other communities that will be in attendance, and we love for you all to be there. And I just wanted to introduce myself because I will be in and out of your community on a regular basis to find out what your people here in your community need from us as people from returning citizens, because we work closely with state representatives in Lansing, because that's where our corporate office is in Lansing. So we work a lot close with maybe your state representatives, so we just want to know that you will see a lot of me in your community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Through the chair,
Yes.
what is the location?
Pontiac.
It's at the UWM Soccer Arena in Pontiac.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I guess I didn't hear that.
And I did send you, because I've seen your name, I did send you an email also.
Thank you.
An invite.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Next is Brittany Dixon. Brittany Dixon. Keith Harris.
I'll speak with splash pad.
Tracy Pease.
My name is Tracy Pease, and I am the president and the founder of Allies Becoming Co-Conspirators for Justice, or ABC for Justice. I received 2 weeks ago a call from the president of Beechwood Homeowners Association. She told me about a splash pad that the city wanted to build in the middle of a residential area that the residents did not want, and why. That Wednesday, I went to the planning meeting where there were residents from the Homeowners Association as well as the president, Stacy Jackson. The city planner spoke to the residents, stating that he went ahead and he spoke to the homeowners associations. He spoke to the residents who were being directly affected by this. And that's a bald-faced lie. That's what we call a white lie. Because the residents that are affected, both the presidents of the homeowners association said, never spoke to us. We were then told that Oakland County was going to partner with Southfield. Well, last October, Oakland County was ordered to pay $38 million back to the residents of Southfield that had their houses foreclosed on illegally and who had their equity stolen from them illegally. In fact, the United States Supreme Court ruled in May that this was an illegal practice. When I went ahead and looked a little deeper, I found names of people that sit on the council. All right? I know what's going on here. And the days, I believe you met my attorney for Beechwood. The days of the city of Southfield intimidating and bullying their residents is over. It's a brand new day. And guess what? That's my attorney, and I will back them 100%. Every single time. And what I don't expect, because I expect this from the white supremacy, I don't expect it from the black community that has a little bit of power, that is throwing their community under the bus. This is why
Your time
the
is
black
up.
community does not have generational wealth.
Excuse me, we'd like to keep this meeting orderly. We just ask again that there's no clapping or cheering, no matter what side of this opinion you are on. Thank you. Next is Brenda Jones.
I'm going to speak on the splash pad, so I'll wait till the end.
Okay. Stacy Jackson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Stacy Jackson, President of Beechwood Acres Homeowners Association, and I am here to stand in solidarity with the surrounding communities directly impacted by the Beechwood Splash Pad Park development. What I'd really like to bring to Council's attention is that there's a saying, the way you do anything is the way you will do everything. Everything about this project, from those you've entrusted to lead it, has been disingenuous, deflective, deceitful, and completely disrespectful to the residents and homeowners that live in and around that area. The speaker before me is correct. We did hear from Parks and Rec as well as planning, and each time they told us something that was so absurd that it was appalling to hear it. How about them saying that they're going to install 6-foot-tall mature pine trees around this 40-foot splash pad to buffer the noise for the community? I liken that to me placing a toddler next to Shaquille O'Neal and asking him to buffer his noise. Some of these things are so astronomically asinine that it's offensive to your constituents. Our intellect, our homes, our ability to have generational wealth, all for naught. The problem is not that we don't like the joys of hearing children. It's not that we don't welcome park redevelopment. But it is always how you do something that matters to your constituents. What I'm mostly concerned about is that no one's taking into account how we feel and how this really will impact us. From security, traffic, noise, nuisance, all of these things being disregarded as if we just don't like the sounds of children or redevelopment. I am asking you to please think wisely about what you want to do. Include the communities that are directly impacted. Because Parks and Rec at this moment doesn't really have a great track record. Everything in our city is decommissioned. No pool, no golf, no this, no that. How about instead of thinking that we need to be trending, and how about we just focus on what really is sustainable in the city of Southfield, the heartbeat of the communities, its people. We are always here. There's been no dips in residents coming to this city. Why won't you hear us and take into account our demands to make this a vibrant community?
Thank you. Kevin Horst.
I'll wait till the very end.
Kathy Horst. Oh. You can speak. You want to speak now? You're more than welcome. Go right ahead.
Oh, okay. I just think the splash pad is,
Your name? I'm sorry?
Kevin Horst.
Okay.
I live on Carlton. The whole splash pad idea is wishful thinking. Yes, we would like to think that the mommy and daddies are going to take their little 8-year-olds on a hot summer day and go online, get a ticket, and do it. That's not reality. I have 10 grandkids. I couldn't use a cattle prod to get them to go to a splash pad. This is just kind of, I kind of agree with the association president in to concentrate, you know, on summer camp, on getting a pool at the Civic Center, of the things, maybe regaining some of the things we used to have. We used to have 2 ice rinks, you know, they went down years and years ago. But maybe working with the school system and having like Farmington Hills, maybe follow a little more towards Farmington Hills lead than like Bloomfield, okay? And, you know, where they'll open up schools in the summer and they have like in the old days, when I was a kid, they'll have recreation there, different things the kids can go to. But a splash pad, we're gonna be looking at this thing for 30 years. We're gonna cut all the trees, we're gonna put it there. It's not going to get the use. It's not reality. I went out to the Bloomfield Hills one on a hot day, 4 kids, you know. I think we went there 2 times. They have a free splash pad in Farmington Hills. It's a lot smaller, 4 or 6 kids. It's one of those ideas that sounds good maybe on paper, but when you think about it from the basics of, you know, kids just don't go in sprinkler systems. I don't care how nice you make it. It's just, we're just going to be looking at that as like a statue. It's not going to get the use that people are thinking. And I just think there's better ways to reach the young families and kids that need things. That's it for me.
Thank you. Next is Kathy Hurst. Harriet Weinbaum. Stacy Dick.
Hi, my name is Stacy Dick, and I live at 21770 Maplewood Drive. I am the Vice President of the Beechwood Acres Homeowners Association. I am not opposed to the redevelopment of the Beechwood Park, including a splash park, but I am opposed to seizing property, some of the homes on Beechwood, for the development of this park when there are alternatives. I am also opposed to not taking into consideration the hearts and the needs and the wants and the issues of the community that is going to be directly impacted, Beechwood and Carlton. I am also opposed to adding elements in this redevelopment that may cause traffic congestion, noise, and mayhem. I had the opportunity to meet with the administration at the Bloomfield Hills splash pad. I was quite impressed, quite impressed. I love the size, I love the rules they have in place to keep down the mayhem. And I also like the fact that they used their current pool, closed it in, and that's exactly where they built the splash park. I understand that Southfield is building something much larger, and I personally would like Southfield to give us the details so that we can truly understand what is going to be built in phase 1 and phase 2. Are you going to have 2 giant water slides? Is it going to be 40 feet high? Is it going to be X large? Are you going to build the atrium so that we can have concerts? Are you going to build 5 new picnic shelters? Just how large is this redevelopment going to be? So I believe in order for us to make decisions, we need details, and we need transparency. We need truth, not you tell me this month and you tell me this next month. We've been quite honest with you, and we've worked with you many, many, many times, including with the mayor. We deserve to have the truth. We are a strong community, and we stick together. We want to support you, but you have to support us also. Oh, and very important, I got 35 seconds left. I would like to know what additional locations were considered, okay? Especially, I'm trying to understand why is our current Parks and Recreation location right here not the main contender? Why are we not, I think our pool is shut down, right? Why can't we not do what West Bloomfield did and repurpose that? Let's look at what we currently have and how we could use that instead of putting something big in a residential area of Beechwood Acres and Carlton. Thank you. I want answers. We'd all want answers.
Thank you. Zola Sims. Zola Sims, Luis Sherwin, Raphael Washington,
Good evening, Raphael Washington is my name. And I'm here to speak about, let me first say, I am not a resident of Southfield or Oakland County. I'm a resident of Livonia in Wayne County. But I happen to be a 40-year veteran of law enforcement, 24 years with Detroit Police Department, and the last 15 years or so with the Wayne County Sheriff's Office. I happen to be the Wayne County Sheriff. And I'm just here to help those who have called on me to ask to really come here and talk about the danger in putting this splash pad, the potential danger in a residential area where houses are, and where there's a two-lane traffic, a two-lane street, one going north and one going south, period. Not just the residential portion of that, because residents can speak for themselves, but I'm very concerned about the emergency vehicles that have to travel down that street and the traffic that splash pad will potentially cause, and the danger you put law enforcement in and emergency vehicles in when you have a street with only two lanes, and the potential traffic that this splash pad is going to cause, where vehicles cannot get to people who need them. And I think that needs to be considered. And I'm not saying it hasn't been considered, but that needs to be taken into serious consideration when we're talking about putting a splash pad in the middle of a residential neighborhood where law enforcement and emergency vehicles need to travel. So that's all I want to say about that. Just residents can speak for themselves. But I travel up and down that street often, Beach Street, between 9 Mile, 8 Mile, and further. And it's a narrow street. And you put law enforcement and emergency vehicles in danger when you put something like that in a residential area with a two-lane street. So thank you for my time, and that's all I have to say.
thank you. Richard Larned,
Richard Larned, I live on Carlton, directly adjacent to the park. I want to speak to the issue of harm. We have nuisance as a word tends to be devalued. Think about annoyance. In this context, nuisance means harm. Harm can come in a variety of ways, of course, emotional, physical, psychological. There is no way that you cannot interpret what this plan is planning for our neighbor who lives directly in adjacent to this as anything but harm. How many of you would like construction of a park entrance directly next to your house, potentially going to have 200, 300, 400 vehicles running past your house day after day after day? That constitutes harm. The harm also occurs to the rest of the community who lives adjacent to this park. The designers have shown their hand. This woman's home had no design whatsoever for abatement of this tremendous amount of traffic that will be going directly by her house. Her home and her homestead are planned for ruin. This neighborhood also is going to be permanently damaged by this action. We have lived there for very many years, nearly 40 years. It is a quiet, peaceful neighborhood with quiet, peaceful neighbors. We do not need an entertainment feature placed right in our backyard, especially not when you have a perfectly good alternative. This park right here, the Evergreen Civic Center Park, has two perfectly good locations for this splash pad. If the Parks and Rec is so determined to make money on their splash pad, you have no water feature here. You have the rotting corpse of a pool that is now a liability. That has to be dealt with. So perhaps you're planning that, oh no, we're going to get a huge grant and we're going to build a whole new complex with a new pool and a new civic center. Well, that's not happening. Meanwhile, you're planning on forcing this development in a residential neighborhood full of people who do not want it. You have a perfectly good site on the backside of the sports center. There's a field there more than capable of accommodating this splash pad. And the cadaver of your pool is 40,000 square feet that I'm sure our designer here could manage to squeeze his splash pad into a 40,000-foot footprint. Your determination to make us suffer, to create harm, that includes me. So your vote yes on this proposal is saying, yes, I'm going to harm you. Thank you.
Again, I would like to remind everyone to please keep the clapping and applause to yourself. If it does continue, we will have to pause the meeting. Next is Joan Richards.
And I'm Joan Richards, and I'm probably the only person here tonight not speaking about the splash pad, it sounds like. I'm here as a voice for the seniors in Southfield and for senior activities in the city of Southfield. I know Southfield is one of the few communities that doesn't have a specific senior center. I keep hearing things as I go to meetings about how, that'll happen and so on and so forth. But there are a lot more immediate concerns for what are happening with the seniors in this community and their ability to use their community facilities and to participate in activities within the city of Southfield. Specifically, I represent the the individuals who play bridge in the senior group. I believe that Loretta Danforth is here representing, she was going to be a little late because of a doctor's appointment, but representing the Mahjong group. I know that the Bidwist group has been before. We've all been before the senior council. We've tried to talk with the people in Parks and Rec. We've tried to talk to the senior coordinator to no avail. What is happening here is that you're driving your seniors out of the city and not being able to use the facilities that we have here available. We used to play for nothing, then for 50 cents a week. Then it was going to be $1 a week, then $2 a week, and now if you're not a resident, it's $3 a week for each individual activity. It's not posted in your thing that you do that for like pickleball and the stuff over at Beechwoods, but we were told that those folks are also charged individually. If you add up the rate of what that costs for somebody to play, it costs a senior who lives in Southfield $104 to come and do one activity once a week for a year. It costs a non-resident $156 to do one activity for 1 week. We have a woman in our bridge group who used to do 3 activities a week, who is a resident of Southfield, and that was costing her $6 a week. We've done comparative studies of other communities, both in Oakland and Wayne counties, and this is by far the highest amount that anybody has to pay for any activities. Most of them are in the range of $15 to $25 a year for all of these activities. So we've made some proposals which have gone on deaf ears, simple proposals to make the system. We also want a place to play that's a room of our own. We have 2 99-year-olds in our group and a 95-year-old. People come in wheelchairs. This is their outlet. They get out of the house by doing this. We asked for a room downstairs. They gave it to us only temporarily, suddenly moved us upstairs. People can't even get there. It's difficult for them to walk. There are some simple solutions for it. There are some simple solutions to the cost. There are simple solutions to providing a room. I know the long-term solution, quote, is being worked on. I've heard that at the meetings I've gone to.
Your time is up. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Flora Bennett.
Good evening. My name is Flora Bennett. I live at 25351 Frederick. Our property butts up to the golf course. I want to take this time to read something I read on the Southfield website under the heading of Sustainability Projects and Initiatives. And this is a quote. The mayor and the city council have a long history of preserving green spaces and enacting ordinance that protects the environment. It also states that the city of Southfield has been a proud recipient of the Tree City USA Award for the past 40 years. Does Tree City USA know that you plan on ripping out a lot of trees, mature trees, just because these are the cottonwood trees, just because you don't want the fuzz to get into the water filtration system of the splash pad? That sounds absurd to me. The website also boasts about low-impact development. The splash pad will not be a low-impact development. The plan to remove enough trees and green space to pour nearly 7,000 square feet of concrete, that doesn't include the adjacent parking lot, and also to bury a water tank that holds 66 gallons of water is not a low impact project on the environment. The proposed splash pad will cause irreparable damage to the environment and all just to install an amusement park feature that will, if well-maintained, has a short lifespan of maybe 8 to 10 years compared to trees that's been around for God knows how long. If you vote yes, then you need to remove the Green Initiative section from the city's website, and you also need to send your awards from Tree City USA back to them, because you're being hypocrites. Thank you.
Betty Bennett.
Good evening, Betty Bennett, 25351 Frederick Street. I'm the president of the Bradbury Subdivision Association. I did send a presentation to council members about our opposition to the splash pad. Hopefully everyone received it and had a chance to look at it. So it's not a whole lot more I can add to that. So what I thought I wanted to briefly say tonight is talk about the neighborhood and my neighbors. So I've been on Frederick for about 13 years now, and it's my first home. Before that, I was in a condo. So when I got my land survey map, my property is actually a slice of pie, literally, the shape of it. And I looked at it and I was going to frame it and say, this is my slice of the American dream. I have my property, I have my gorgeous trees, and I just love it. And also I want you to know, yes, I'm a tree lover. Yes, I'm a boomer. And I say that because lately they kind of want to discount the survey that was done, the public input. They want to say, well, the majority of the respondents were over 55. Well, there was only 500 surveys. Well, that's your bread and butter, the over 55. That's who shows up for you. And we're looking for you to show up for us. And also, it's like Southfield's looking at its aging population as if you're having a midlife crisis, and you want to go out and buy a brand new shiny toy, and that toy is this splash pad. When OHM came to you with this proposal, you should have been offended that they would want to come into your green space and rip it out to put this concrete and primary color plastic in our woods. It just boggles my mind. I still cannot believe you're actually considering it. And then real quick, the placement of it. Beechwood is 82,000 acres. And then you're placing it right up against Miss Baker's home and the Joneses' home. And then ask why this spot? Oh, there's other activities in the park that we don't want to interfere with. What about us? What about us? And that's just what I wanted to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Schwartz.
Hi, I'm Kevin Schwartz. I live at 22281 Carlton. I'm Richard's neighbor and Betty's neighbor. I've lived in the city for over 30 plus years. I have over 1.5 acres that backs up to this property. I have over 60 oak trees on this property. It's my little slice of heaven. Now, I remember a few years back, you guys kept Walmart out of the city because the neighbors around there didn't want Walmart. We don't want this. Why is nobody listening at all? And why is nothing else being considered? You seem to be like jamming this down our throats. I just want some explanation of why other spots weren't considered and why we have to have this now in our backyards. Thank you.
Chance Harns. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
You're okay. It's Chance Harris. How you doing? I'm a millennial, by the way, everyone. So good to see the young folks. I got 3 minutes, right?
Please have respect for the speakers.
All right, so my name is Chance Harris. I live on 21909 Carlton Avenue. This will be adjacent or in my backyard if we do approve the splash pad, which I hope we don't. I bought this house back in 2020, so I'm going to just start with a personal story of myself. I'm an Oak Park resident, okay? Grew up, born and raised in Oak Park. Actually went to camp right here in Southfield. I was a tadpole, a wildwood, an evergreen, and we used to go swimming and use your community center as an Oak Park resident to essentially give me my upbringing and who I am today. Fast forward, 32-year-old male, African American, work for General Motors, have a great job, make good money, bought my first home, getting ready to start my first family, and it all started from that backyard. So I say all that to say, why don't we repurpose what we already have, not disturb the community that I just so happened to stumble across when I was looking for my first home, trying to afford my first home, because it was a very aggressive market, and I did that back in April 8th, 2020, right at the peak of COVID. It was very hard to obtain my home, and now after living here for 3 years, I'm hearing about something for the first time that I want to fight against. We were not informed about a splash pad or an amphitheater. If anything, we should reuse the dilapidated pool that we have in this backyard, repurpose it, put a splash pad in it, repurpose the camps, and bring the community in, because what you did was you got people from outside of Southfield into your community who then decided to move to your community 32 years later.
Covilla Morgan. I'm sorry, it lives on Maplewood.
Clovilla Joy Morgan. I came here again to support the Beechwood Acres community in the fact that there are a number of concerns that still remain at the top, and one being that there are a number of other places this could have been placed, and we still have a large percentage of our community as seniors. And for me, I'm thinking of the ratio of children that are yet living in our area is relatively small compared to the homes that do not have children. And when we are looking at a maybe 3-month run of a splash pad that will no longer be functional in winter, they're not going to be out there in the middle of winter splashing. So you're losing the activity of the park in its entirety for something that is very nominal in terms of value for a short period of time, for to tear out the whole dreams and the future of what has been that purpose of the park. It is important that we be able to have the picnics, be able to have the tennis courts, have the golf course. All these things that have been there, they are still vibrant to that community. If you take that away, you're only zoning in on a small portion of what the community is all about. And I also am concerned about the fact that the fire department that sits on the corner of 9 Mile and Beach, what if that traffic impedes their ability to get in and out to save a life where minutes and seconds count? You cannot remove that possibility that a traffic jam could cause a person's life. I think we're looking at a larger picture in terms of a smaller mindset. It needs to be that we reverse it and we keep the mindset of the public at large, their safety, their well-being, and the usability of the park for the purpose of a convenient means for activities for all age groups, young, middle, and old. Thank you.
Thank you. J. Seeger on Maplewood. Address is 21925 Maplewood. Is there someone with the last name Lewis? Address I have listed as 22300 Carlton.
Joanna Lewis? You have a Joanna Lewis? Okay.
All right. Greg Keeler?
Greg Keeler, Circle Drive. I would say to all the people behind me, y'all should come to Circle Drive. See this devastation that happened to my neighborhood after this council voted legislatively for us not to have sewer lines in after letting Lawrence Tech have their dorm without a sewer line in, and see what damage has been done to my property or my neighborhood. The property value has gone down. The easement between homes is supposed to be 15 feet. If you are taking somebody's land, and the question wasn't answered at the last meeting they had, what is the ruling on easement? If you're taking somebody's land, that doesn't sound like an age-friendly community. That sounds like an age-aggressive, we're trying to throw you out. If you're taking parts of her property without asking. She came in and told you, no, I didn't give you permission. Didn't make a difference. The traffic study, like they said, it's a one-lane street. So if you have an emergency problem over there, medical, how's the EMS gonna get to you? Especially if you have something where seconds only count to get your life to the hospital. The easement question, I would like any one of y'all up there to ask that question, to find out exactly what is the definition. Because I know I had to call about the 15 feet rule to get something stopped that was being pushed against my fence, which were dead trees. And I don't know how you are an age-friendly city doing such things. You are looking at creating wealth selectively on people's real estate. You're taking people's property, not giving them what is true value of what they might sell it for, but what you figure it's for. You're not asking them if they want to sell it to you or not. This whole project dies, from my understanding, if you cannot get the easement. So there should be no conversation. It should have ended last week Thursday or 2 weeks ago Thursday when the woman walked in and said no. So if that's the whole point, you're done. And if you're putting a 10-foot sidewalk in front of my house, I don't think I want a 10-foot sidewalk in front of my house with bikes and going back and forth on it. No, that is not a for a senior. Y'all have no doubt or no thought of how you are treating seniors. You're double taxing them, as one lady said, with playing cards and playing games and everything else. You're charging them as much money as they can, but do their checks go up? Can they work overtime?
Your time is up. Thank you. Next is Jean Levernicht. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that name. Jean on 21851 Carlton.
I didn't know I was supposed to speak tonight, but I'll go ahead and speak anyway. I'm down from the splash pad. I would personally like to see it made smaller and avoid a lot of the complaints that people have. And one of the things that concerns me is that we are more and more losing our green space in the city, not just our city, but all around the area. I just read an article, I don't know if it was in the Detroit News or an AARP newsletter. If I'd had time, I would have looked it up. But it said that green space around adds 2.5 years to your life. And this is in the last few days that I read this. And it concerns me that we're doing more and more away with the green space in the name of progress. Not everybody, I understand a lot of people want progress with more cities and things like that, more businesses and residences, but there are a lot of people that still want the quiet and the peacefulness of a green environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave?
If the golf course had not failed, we wouldn't, I'm sorry, I'm David Blevernick, 21851 Carlton Avenue. My wife, who you just heard, and I are probably, as far as we know, the longest living residents on Carlton, maybe the whole area. There was no beech woods when we first moved in, and our neighbors at that time talked about how the residents had fought to get that park. We loved that park. We watched it being built. We've seen it transition over the years. Having a golf course wasn't all that bad. Maybe you'd have an occasional golfer who would shank a ball off the fairway into my backyard, and I would sell them their golf balls back at a garage sale. But the point being, if the golf course hadn't failed, there wouldn't be any discussion here other than possibly having a splash pad somewhere in the city, but it wouldn't be at Beech Woods. I think that's a very important point. Beech Woods is a very unique location. And I suppose Everybody feels something has to go in there to replace the golf course. The residents are fully in favor, from what I've heard, of the idea of having a nature area with walking paths. I've cross-country skied back there over the years in the winter months. There's ample areas that sliding hills back there heading towards the Rouge River could be implemented. The whole idea really is the splash pad is not appropriate in that location. It's not that a splash pad isn't a good idea, just not in that location, folks. This is a residential area surrounding the entire park, and that makes it a different situation than over here, for example, at the Civic Center, where you do have the infrastructure to put something like a splash pad. Not Beach Woods. It's a wonderful place. I've seen 3 buck deer come through our backyard just in the last day or so. They're all over the place. It's a natural area. What's going to happen with all that noise and everything else that goes with it?
Your time is up. Again, I would like to remind everyone there should be no applause or clapping out of respect for the speakers and for us to conduct our meeting. If it does continue, I will call a recess and we'll have the certain people possibly asked to leave if they continue. The next is Leroy Burden. 21815 Beach.
My name is Leroy Burden. I'm at 21815 Beach Road. And this is not the discussion in the narrow sense, but a broader sense. 53 years ago, when my wife and I were married, I wanted to move to a farm. My wife said, no way am I going to a farm with you. So instead, we moved to a place where houses were literally dropped in between the trees. Not all the trees were cut down. There's a family here tonight, the last name is Sherwin. I've walked behind their house at times, 11 deer. When I go walking, 9 deer at one time. My phone is loaded with pictures of deer, wild turkey. What I'm suggesting to you is a broader question, not a pad question, but what do we want the environment to look like? Do we want this kind of, undisturbed, bucolic, arboreal setting? Or do we want something else? I would say this, the vast bulk of us live here because we want the trees, we want the quiet, we want the gentility of a semi-rural district. And to do what you folk are suggesting to do will radically change, in my opinion and the opinion of others, the good people here tonight. I want to close on one thought. The gentleman that spoke, Raphael Washington, who is the sheriff of Wayne County, I'm glad he spoke, but he did not mention this. His mama is a resident of Southfield. Thank you much.
Next is Evangeline Burden.
Good evening. I am Evangeline Burden. I live at 21815 Beach Road. My husband and I and our family, that is the family before they grew up and moved away, but my husband and I have lived there for over 35 years. We built the home and we built it to be in a quiet, nice area with trees and with animals. I'm concerned about the proposed building of the splash pad at Beechwoods Rec, and those concerns include the 350-plus people who will daily traffic that area from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days a week, from Memorial Day to Labor Day. That's a lot of people in that small area. Parking doesn't prohibit, it does prohibit that. That prohibits parking. Plus the 3 picnic pavilions, which are planned to be housed there, which will take in an additional 150 people each. The disruption, of the existing ecosystem. What will happen to the animals who we're infringing on their property anyway. And the disruption of the peace and quiet by noise of cars and trucks and additional people. Please hear what we're saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Baker.
Good evening, Patricia Baker, 21920 Beach Road. I'm here because this splash pad is directly behind my home. I'm very opposed to it. Right now, if somebody was interested in buying my home, I would lose my property value. All of us that it concerns, we're losing our property value. If I was in the market for a home and the splash pad was behind me, I would not buy a house for that. And every one of us are definitely opposed for the traffic, for the noise, for the breaking in, violence. And I have a handicapped son where I have to call an ambulance. With the traffic, I might not be able to get an ambulance fast enough to save my son. And I am definitely opposed to you not considering the impact that it has on my whole neighborhood. Not only me, not only Miss Jones that is behind her house too, but our whole neighborhood. I understand one gentleman said that he bought the house by the school and he's used to the band and everything. Well, I'm pretty sure when he bought his house, the school was there. He was prepared to hear the school band and all that. Well, when I bought my house, I wasn't prepared to have a splash pad, the noise. I was watching the news the other day. The reporter was in Houston, Texas. She was at a splash pad. You could barely hear her report from the kids screaming behind her. She had to walk away from it. Now, I'm right behind this. I'm going to have to hear this noise from 8 in the morning to 7 in the evening. I'm a senior citizen. I'm a widow. I have a disabled son. I do not want this splash pad behind me, and I hope that you all aren't just sitting here listening to us complain, knowing that you've already made your mind up to have this. Don't have us standing here complaining, saying that we don't want it, and you've already made your mind up. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Trina Baker.
Good evening. So that was my mother. Address again, 21920. My name is Trina. So in 2017, my parents decided they wanted to buy a new home. And they searched high and low. One of the main things that attracted my parents to that property was the land. They liked the fact that they had a lot of land. Their great-grandchildren can play, and if anybody drive down Beach Road will see my grandsons in the front yard playing. You guys want to take 10 feet of her front yard. A Happy Meal, a combo meal at any fast food restaurant is running you anywhere from $7 to $11. You want to pay her $4 a square foot for the land that you want to take from her. Not only $4 a square foot, but you want it at a reduced rate of $2 a square foot. If she doesn't give you the 10 feet, 10 yards, whatever, you want to take it, or you can say she donated. My mother doesn't want to donate her land. In July of 2019, my father took his last breath in that house. So today you want 10 feet of land because this fad of a splash pad. 5 years from now, you decide you want another 10 feet. Then 5 years later, you want another 10 feet, and you've taken everything from her. 15 years from now, that splash pad is going to be a fad, and it's over, and it's the new thing. What is the new thing? So now you got this empty stuff behind her house that is not being used, and it's not for this particular community at this time. And for you guys to say that this is a good thing for us, it is not. With the traffic, crime, and everything else, I don't want it in my backyard. Brenda doesn't want it in her backyard. She doesn't want it in her backyard. And as they say, we have come to fight, and this is not over, and we will fight to the death of this, because this is not going to happen in our community. Today is just your first warning.
Ty Baker.
Hi, I'm Ty Baker, 21920 Beach Road. You just heard my grandmother speak, you just heard my mother speak. And both of them spoke with emotions and things like that. So what I wanted to do, because you've already heard our emotional pleas, is I wanted to state some facts for you guys. So while I support redevelopment, Southfield is predominantly senior, especially in that area. The increase of crime near a recreational area can be attributed to various factors, and the city of Southfield has a habit of decommissioning recreational areas. So this would be another recreational area that's potentially going to be decommissioned in a year, maybe two. That empty area right near my grandmother's house would then be an attraction for vagrants to come there and potentially have drug interactions, use this as somewhere to sleep. This could also draw in litter, all types of things of that nature. Not only is the splash pad going to attract crime, it also has an environmental impact. Having a splash pad is going to use more water, increase energy consumption, and carbon emissions. Everything that I'm stating is not from an emotional standpoint, because you've heard that already. Am I upset that my grandmother is upset about potentially losing the home that her husband died in? Yes. But factually speaking, this does not work for this community. If a splash pad is going to bring potential crime, why not put it here, where this is historically known as the heart of Southfield? As people have previously stated, our pool is already decommissioned, it's not being used. So we could utilize and repurpose things that are already here and be environmentally friendly as we state on our website, and repurpose this pool. So that way, any crime that would be thought about here is a deterrent, because we're right by the police station. If we're on Beach on a one-way, two-way road, not only do we have the issue that everybody else has spoken to about law enforcement getting there or fire getting there, we don't have that deterrent. You have an area of seniors who can't protect themselves the same way millennials can. You have some, but as you look at this crowd, there's, what, 2 millennials here, me and the other person that spoke? So this is majority seniors. They can't protect themselves. So it doesn't work for your community that comes out and votes for you. So that's all I have. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jackie Curry.
She spoke of
I
her.
know, but I was there.
Oh, she's on again, okay.
Lucy. Lucy Shim on Carlton Avenue.
I think she's coming.
I'm Lucy Schumann, 22555 Carlton. Never spoken in public. I'm sorry, can you say your name again for me, please? Pardon?
Your name one more time?
Lucy Schumann.
Thank you.
22555 Carlton. My property backs up on the driving range. We would really like it if you just built it at the Civic Center and turned Beechwood into like a gem nature area like Heritage, which is beautiful. And that's all we really want you to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
We the tax-paying people.
Cynthia Lewis.
Good evening. I actually like the splash pad idea. At first, when it was proposed, I live at 22321 Carlton, so the splash pad would be the center of the splash pad would be directly in my backyard. But trying to keep an open mind, I rode out to West Bloomfield just to actually see what it was all about. And I actually liked it. I thought it was very nice. The only thing is that it's not appropriate in our neighborhood. I like the idea of it. I would take my grandkids, but it's just not appropriate in this particular neighborhood. And I've been to a couple of planning committee meetings. I thought it was highly disrespectful that when we talked to the planning department, they had not considered any other area other than Beechwood. Knowing how we felt about it, they hadn't considered another area. I asked that question, and they said no, they had not. So it's a good idea, just not in our backyard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Paul Garrison.
Giving respect to the council, other government entities here, and of course the people and back of me that's in this chamber. My name is Paul T. Garrison. I live at 22321 Carlton, okay? I'm 30 years in the fire services, 20 riding the back of a rig as a firefighter, 12 as a fire administrator. The ecosystem has been taken care of. The splash pad at this location does not deliver city love or care for its citizens, okay? Especially its seniors, okay? Our senior population here is greatly impacted. Many of us have worked, paid taxes for many years, and have sought out places where we wanted to live, and we found them. And now you're telling us you're gonna push something down our throat without even our consent. I like to speak about the negatives and the positives, okay? First of all, the negative issues, okay, are the nuisance, the noises, not only from the splash pad activities, okay, but the loss of the tranquility, which hurts us, okay? And 350 persons, okay, and 4 months, that's the whole summer, 7 days a week, okay? And you've got a nice old boom thing now that spins water down and makes a loud splash, so we got to deal with that as well, okay? Some of the statistics that a couple of councilmen did visit us, thank you for that, those statistics came from West Bloomfield, okay? The vehicle condition is going to be horrible, okay? The last and final thing is emergency response, okay? Emergency response is going to be tremendously hampered, okay? I'm 83. I want the emergency response. I want the fire department to be there when I need them. I want the police department to come when I need them, and I want EMS if I need them as well, okay? And so refurbishing what we have, preserving what we have, our greenlands, our trees, most of us are nature lovers. So we don't mind seeing the squirrels and the deer and the birds and all that beautiful stuff. So my thought is, City Hall, take it there or somewhere else you can find land, but it don't belong in our neighborhood.
Thank you. Roy Burden. Roy Burden. Kama Patel.
Well, hello. I'm Kama Patel, P6237, Massachusetts, BBO 6649. I'm here for Beechwood. And hello. I'm here to talk about the U.S. Supreme Court cases of Tahoe and, oh gosh, one other from 2023, Hennepin, Tyler versus Hennepin County. This is illegal, what you're doing. And what you're doing is taking land. This is the property and fundamental rights of the Americans, of the people. And the only thing I'm talking about is the law. The United States Supreme Court had passed a landmark decision under 4-5's reign, Trump, which is Neil Garouche. Neil Garouche wrote the opinion, and he said, you can't take land, whether it's 10 feet or 15 feet from the people without considering the devaluation of the land as a whole. We prepare as far as I'm an attorney for Beechwood, and only Beechwood. I will be planning to file a U.S. District Court filing of the basically a state and basically a filing of a suit against the city of Southfield in 7 days. And the reason why I'm doing this is because we have already land in the city of Southfield where you can build all of this. You've already taken land going back 30 years according to property taxes. I live in the city of Northville, lived there for 24 years. I've lived in the city of Boston. I was born and raised there. I have not heard of something like this in my life. I have consulted with 2 attorneys and 2 judges in the city of Boston, and I have no idea what's going on in the city of Southfield. You cannot take land. It is illegal. 10 feet or 15 feet. It doesn't matter whether it's 300 feet. You have to consider the entire land as a whole when it comes to the de-evaluation, when it comes to environment, when it comes to noise pollution, when it comes to all of that, and you haven't. And I will be filing a suit in the United States District Court within 7 days of this proceeding if we don't come to a decision. Now, Beechwood is willing to come to, well, talks about where we should put this splash pad and this park, but we have come to basically a part in our affairs of African American, Black Americans, including my son, who is 1/8 American, and I am 1/4 Black American. And I will say this is illegal. I don't know what you're doing. It's discretionary. You're not following court rules. You're not even following the U.S. Supreme Court. And I got 3 minutes, got 2 minutes, 2 seconds left. It's illegal. I don't know what you're doing.
Your time is up.
Southfield. Thank you. Attorney Mondelbaum, thank you very much.
Daniel Sheehan.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Daniel Sheehan. I'm a former real estate broker and trained as an appraiser. But I'm going to confine my remarks just to use of eminent domain or the threatened use of eminent domain. I urge you not to try to resolve these problems thinking that you're already holding all the cards. The political winds are blowing against eminent domain. The heroes are always the people who stand up against it. And that David Souter in the Supreme Court isn't there anymore, and both Republicans think it's government overreach, Democrats think it's trampling of rights. So the likelihood of losing, but when you use eminent domain, is high, and even if you win, you're the bad guy. So I just urge you to not bargain thinking that the game's already done. You know, so just to keep that in mind, don't think that you don't have to listen to your constituents on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brenda Jones.
Brenda Fred Jones. I live at 21690 Beach Road. My house is right next to this splash pad you want to build. I'm opposed to the splash pad in my neighborhood. My husband purchased that house in 1997 because of the land. I enjoy the peace, the privacy, and the tranquility that we have there. We do not have window treatments up because we have the woods on both sides of us and behind us. I'm not against the splash pad, but I'm against the splash pad next door to me. I got a letter in the mail about 2 weeks ago asking me to either donate or accept a few $1,000s for 10 feet across the front of my house. Never talked to anybody until today. On my Ring doorbell, I saw the manager from the engineering department. He came out and he left a note on my door. Please call me. It's a little late. I'm opposed to it next door to me, behind my neighbor next door. It can go right across the parking lot where you have plenty of room and it's not a neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our communications portion for this evening. We will now move to our minutes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that we approve the minutes. Item A, special budget meeting minutes of June 12, 2023, and item B, the regular meeting minutes of June 12, 2023.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilwoman Taylor, to approve the special budget meeting minutes of June 12th and the regular meeting minutes of June 12th, 2023. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, I have been, it has been mentioned that Congresswoman Tlaib is in the audience. If I have not seen you, I apologize. If you'd like to speak.
Just listening.
Okay, thank you for being here. Next, we have our consent agenda. We have 3 items. The first item is the Southfield Police Department custodial services for police buildings, a receipt of bids on printing the 23-24 and 24-25 Parks and Recreation Activity Booklet, and the determination of the Local Officers Compensation Commission receive and file. Any item to be removed for discussion? Councilwoman Banks?
Can we remove item C for a separate vote, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else for discussion?
Which item was that?
C.
Okay.
So we have items A and B.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that we approve consent agenda items A and B, A being the Southfield Police Department custodial services for police buildings, and B, receipt of bids on printing of the 23-24 and 24-25 Parks and Rec Activities booklets.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Taylor, supported by Councilman Frazier, to approve consent agenda items A and B as presented. Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Councilwoman Banks, you just wanted that a separate vote?
I just wanted a separate vote for that, please.
Okay.
I will state for the record that I am not in favor of the recommendation. I do not feel that we need the increase at this time. It's just my personal opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Did you
Chair.
say that again, please?
I said I am not in favor of the recommendation. I do not feel that we deserve the increase at this time.
Oh, okay.
That's just my own personal opinion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move the approval of the determination of the Local Officers Compensation Commission to be received and filed.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Taylor, supported by Councilman Brightwell, to receive and file the determination of the Local Officers Compensation Commission. Any questions or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
There are 2 opposed and 4 4. So
I'm sorry, can we have a roll call vote?
Sure, we will have a roll call vote. It has been moved by Councilman Taylor, supported by Councilman Brightwell, to receive and file the determination of the Local Officers Compensation Commission. Roll call vote, please.
Council President Pro Tem Taylor,
Yes.
Council President Councilmember Brightwell,
Yes.
Councilmember Frazier,
No.
Councilmember Hoag,
Yes.
Council President Vanderpump,
No.
Councilmember Banks.
No.
So the motion does not pass.
It's not passed.
There's 3 noes and 3 yeses.
Motion has failed.
And just for a point of clarification, if I may, this is just to receive and file.
Just to receive and file.
Correct. Okay,
Motion fails.
motion fails. Okay, thank you.
So what have you voted for?
No.
Splash pad or no splash pad?
That's later on in our meeting. All right. All right. Next, we will move to the, is there any further, we don't need to do anything further? Okay. We will now move to our public hearing and site plans. First, we have item A, a presentation and discussion regarding the proposed splash pad.
Good evening. I'm going to make the presentation on both the special use and site plan review request, and then you'll deal with each item separately.
I don't know, your mic's going in and out.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Special use and site plan review request, PSLU 23-0008, PSP 23-0010. Petitioner is the City of Southfield. Address is 22200 Beach Road, south of Beechwoods Recreational Center and east of Beach Road. Zoning is RE residential, which is rural estate. Special use request and site plan review is to allow for 6,710 square foot recreational water splash pad with supporting amenity buildings, parking, and landscaping. This is the area within the park that's being impacted. The current zoning is rural estate, residential. Future land use is recreation conservation. The proposed project meets the setback and building height limitations of the district. This includes identifies the tree removal plan. These are the trees that are identified for replanting and proposed landscaping plan. These are the elevations of the office building and floor plan that's proposed as part of this development. These are the elevations of the restroom and floor plan. And then the elevations of the equipment room and floor plan. There's also a maintenance facility that's being proposed as part of this in the maintenance floor plan. In addition, there are a number of picnic pavilion shelters that are going to be supporting this facility. This is just a general overview. To get into the specifics of the proposal, we have Mr. Chris Riggert and the Parks and Recreation staff to give you a detailed presentation of what's being proposed tonight. After the public hearing, we'll be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Good evening, Council. We're here tonight to talk about the splash pad project, which includes 2 shelters, a brand new parking lot, and a maintenance facility. Here tonight to present is Chris Riggert from OHM Advisors. Chris.
Good evening, the council. It's my pleasure to present to you the first phase of improvements to Beechwoods Park. Beechwoods Park, as we've heard this evening, is an 82-acre park. It's one of Southfield's largest parks, located along Beach Road between 8 and 9 Mile Roads. Before this park was a park, I understand it was a quarry that then was bought by the city, converted into a park. Currently it houses a driving range, a recreation center, tennis courts, picnic areas, playground, and a sand volleyball court. At one time, the site also housed a public pool located directly along Beach Road, as well as an ice arena and a 9-hole golf course. The 9-hole golf course was shut down a number of seasons ago, and so the majority of the site, one of Southfield's largest parks, remains vacant and generally inaccessible to the public of Southfield. Excuse me. So this park has trended in terms of its use downward, and recognizing the value of this site, that it can, the value that this project can bring to the residents of Southfield. The Parks and Recreation Department completed a master plan in 2021. Within that master plan, there are a number of guiding principles established, which have carried through to the implementation phase that we're presenting to you this evening. The first is that it's reflective of community desires. The second is that this is connected to the larger context of Southfield, that this is site-specific and capitalizes on the unique assets of Beechwoods Park, that this site is sustainable, both in terms of environmental sustainability, but also in terms of operations and maintenance, that this is something that fits within the capabilities of Southfield to maintain in perpetuity, that this is exciting and innovative, that this brings energy into the park at a time when the park has lost many of the programs that brought people to the site. Safety is a priority, making sure that not only do people, are they physically safe, but that they feel safe using the site, and that it's inclusive, that people, regardless of age, ability, or background, are welcome to the site and able to use the site in a meaningful way. This project has been in the works since 2021. That started with the master plan that I referenced. This is the first phase of implementation. This slide here illustrates some of the outreach and engagement that has happened since that plan to the point where we are now, and includes the master plan project that had an initial data gathering phase with online surveys, on-site boards, as well as a few other ways to collect data. There were 2 open houses, virtual open houses, and a third open house specifically for residents of the area to come and express their thoughts and share their aspirations for the site. Following that, that plan was incorporated into the departmental master plan for Parks and Recreation, which included a number of opportunities for input, and we got a number of good feedback regarding the master plan and other things within Southfield. And then finally, we're here in this phase of implementation where we've conducted Parks and Recreation has outreach to property owners. There's been informational sessions specifically for residents of the area, and there have been planning commission hearings as well. This is a slide pulled from the master plan that looks at the environment of Beechwoods Park. Like we said, one of the goals of the project is to ensure that there's environmental sustainability in whatever we're doing here. And so you can see that to the right of this image, it shows the Rouge River. The southern portion of the project is actually the Rouge River, and you can see the floodplain and floodway. That's the primary reason, actually, that the golf course was closed, is because for a majority of the season, the bottom holes, the holes that were in that watershed were not playable, and therefore the golf course was not a functioning golf course. So we've located this site away and out of the floodplain. We're also managing the stormwater on site to the 100-year storm level, which meets Oakland County standards, and that's all through green stormwater infrastructure. This is the plan that came out of the master plan. The blue area on the master plan is where the splash pad was located when the plan was completed in 21. We looked at precedent facilities, and you've heard reference to the Lily Pad Springs project in West Bloomfield. We looked at this project and drew cues from this, given the similarity of programs to our own project, which included a splash pad, a restroom building, an office building, et cetera, and a parking lot. This diagram here illustrates where on the site this project is located and oriented correctly, so we can see this is directly southeast of the Recreation Center. And this is a diagram here illustrating where this is located on the site with some offsets as well. These offsets are 350 foot and 700 foot These are generally a large city block, 300 feet to 350 feet, so we can see that within the 350-foot mark, there are no homes. Within the 700-foot mark, there are 3 homes. This is the site plan for the improvements. It includes a new entrance drive and new parking lot. It includes a splash pad area, 2 picnic structures, open space, and landscaping. And if we walk through the site, the new entrance drive will have 2 lanes outbound for a left and right turn lanes. You can see there is a path shown along Beach Road, and this is what we heard reference to in terms of the easement for a pathway. That is not this project. That is a separate project through DPW. However, knowing that that pathway was in the works, there is intentions to connect to that to allow non-pedestrian connectivity into the site. As we move into the site, there are, we can see an evergreen buffer here that's planned between the project and the property line. There's also picnic shelters here, open space. You can see the green stormwater management areas. So all the stormwater runoff from the parking lots, from the paved area, will be managed fully on site and allowed to infiltrate. As we move north, this is the rest of the parking lot. We have around 150 spaces in the parking lot. There's a second picnic shelter, and then you can see to the top left the drive to the new maintenance facility that's replacing the existing facility. This is the plan of the splash pad. It includes 3 buildings, an office admissions building, a restroom building, and an equipment and storage building. The restroom building will be heated and will be available all year round for use. So when the trail system does begin and extend through the park, if people are using this during the winter months, there will be an opportunity to use the restroom year-round, activating the site throughout all the seasons. These are a few perspective renderings of the project. You can see we're over top of the parking lot here looking down towards the splash pad. You can see the naturalized area and buffer between the pad and the parking lot, as well as the vegetation around the perimeter of the splash pad. This is an overview that shows the fenced-in area. It will be a fenced-in facility, and there will be a small fee to enter. You can see the components include lots of seating, landscaping, turf area, and plenty of shade along with the splash pad structure itself. The entrance plaza will include areas for seating, for small groups to gather. There's also poles that are misting poles for folks who may be using the park who are not entering the splash pad and want to cool down during summer months. So those blue poles, will emit mist. As we enter the splash pad, this is the view from inside looking at some of the site components like the admissions building, the bench seating, landscaping, and as we walk around you can see those components surrounding the splash pad. So here's another 2 shaded seated areas looking in towards the splash pad. And then this is the restroom building, which will have ganged restrooms for gendered restrooms and 2 family restrooms, as well as 2 to 3 concession machines. This is a view from one of the picnic shelters looking across the site, and you can see the character of the landscape is open lawn with shade trees, both shade and ornamental trees. Now this is a view that shows the splash pad design from the splash pad designer, and you can see it includes a number of different zones. This is organized, while it looks like there may be a lot going on, this is organized by age and by use group. So there's a toddler zone, there's a family zone, and there's a teen zone. And the design of this has been oriented based off of the types of play that are appropriate for those age groups and enriching for those age groups. So there's a few views through the splash pad.
The projector unfortunately is not working currently. We had it looked at, but please.
So here's a few views of the splash pad. Now we've heard this evening and through our engagement a number of concerns from residents, and I'll say we take this very seriously, and we've looked at the design and ensured that this is addressed within the design. So I'll walk through here some of the comments that we have heard and some of the comments. In terms of splash pad operations, it will be staffed appropriately, the grounds will be maintained. There's been discussion of ramping up usage over the seasons so that Parks and Recreation can calibrate the appropriate level of staffing and operations for that site. Traffic and parking, we do exceed the requirements of the ordinance for the city, and there is overflow parking available at the recreation center in the case that the parking lot fills up. There are also plans to connect the new parking lot to the parking lot north of the recreation center in future phases so that that circulation can happen inside the site. We've heard good consideration for a good recommendation for no parking signs along Beach Road to minimize the impact to residents. That's being elevated within the department. And we did conduct a traffic study. We pulled out the highlights here and have provided the study to planning. In our estimation, based off of the highlights here, which I'll share with council and everybody here in the audience, the average traffic along Beach Road is 6,175 vehicles in a 24-hour period. Those are based off of 2018 and 2021 counts. They're quite accurate. The estimation of the splash pad is that on a daily basis, it will add around 400 car trips on a daily basis. That's an 8% increase. The capacity of Beach Road during peak hour is 1,700 vehicles. Currently, there's 500 vehicles observed during that time period, and it's estimated that during peak hour, there would be 40 vehicles added to that volume. So that's an 8% increase over the current traffic volume now. And based off the standards of the Road Commission of Oakland County and the studies that we've completed, it does not warrant a right turn lane or a left turn lane. Noise and facility usage is something we've definitely received comments on. We've heard that this will be open for a 3-month period. One thing that I'll share here is a study we did of the Lily Pad Springs project, which we used as a precedent. And so we dropped the same radiuses over top of that we looked at from Beachwoods Park. We can see within the 350-foot radius in the Lily Pad Springs example, there is multiple single-family homes, 2 condos, and a temple. And then outside of that, there's a couple dozen single-family homes. We did not complete an engineered acoustic study, but we did go out there and observe sound volume with available apps. So I won't warrant that as an engineered study, but what I'll say is the decibel volumes that we observed at the pad were around 67 decibels, which at 350 feet out is 54 decibels, and then down to 47. Based off the standards or examples provided by the Federal Aviation Administration, they set 50 decibels as a quiet suburban setting during daytime. And so, at least in this example, we see that is reached somewhere between the 350 and 700 foot mark. And so if we compare that to ours, within that zone, there are 3 homes within that zone, but that the sound volumes are anticipated to be dissipated by that point, given the distance, given the vegetation that we have here to block sounds that aren't present over at the Lily Pad Springs site. Safety is something that we've also heard concerns about, and what I'll say is that the parking lot, the whole project is designed with safety in mind to make sure that people are physically safe. It'll be monitored by Southfield Police. That's been a conversation that's ongoing. The parking lot is lit at night to ensure that it can be observed by people to ensure that nefarious activities are not going on. And I know Parks and Recreation has a commitment to continuing to monitor this facility and make adjustments as required for any unforeseen negative impacts. So with that, I thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will have our public hearing for PSLU 23-0008, which is a special use request to establish a recreational splash pad at 22200 Beach Road. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and we ask that you give your name and address for the record. And we also ask that you are courteous while people are speaking and even after they are speaking. If we cannot be courteous, we will have to have another recess. So the public hearing is now open. If you have any comments, please come up and address us.
Keith Harris, 21685 Rougewood Drive. Now, I don't oppose the splash pad either, but wrong space. Now, all we're hearing about is safety. You got the safety statistics all wrong. You're building condos and apartments at Northland, but it's going to be a gated community with a mini police station there. I grew up in this area, and let me tell you something. 8 Mile, 7 Mile, 6 Mile, and I'm talking about the Detroit side. That's the most gang-infested side of Detroit, the 7 Mile gangs. Me and my son was driving down 7 Mile and Telegraph, and the guy hung out the window with an AR-15 and shot the whole block up. Let me tell you something. This is on the wrong side of town. It's too close to Detroit. And Detroit, these little Detroit knuckleheads are going to be the ones occupy that situation. I'm just going to be honest and real with you. Now, every time I hear you guys say you're going to do something, you never take none of us into consideration. All I'm hearing is statistics, and most of their statistics are wrong. They're wrong. And each one of you are going to look absolutely like fools when the first murder happened. Or, you're turning our gas stations into liquor stores. Now you can go to the gas station and you can get you a 40 ounce and come sit up at the park while your kids are playing at the park. Everything this city, all the bad decisions that you guys are making is going to hurt our community. And I'm saying, say no to this right now. Say no to this. Don't look at us and make promises after someone get hurt. You still got to pay homeowners that's already been defrauded out of their homes or lost their homes. Take care of the bill you already owe before you make another bill. Pay the homeowners you already been cheated out of their homes. Like I said before, this is a bad idea. I remember when you guys didn't even want a Golden Corral here. And one of the statements that I heard one of the city council made, it's going to bring the wrong people here. You didn't want a Golden Corral here, but you're going to bring a water pad that's going to bring the same type of people here. I know what I'm talking about. Wrong side of town for it. Thank you.
Let me tell you what I see. My name's Tracy Pease. I'm with ABC for Justice.
Could you say it again?
Tracy Pease, ABC for Justice.
Thank you.
Let me tell you what I see. First of all, I hear the developers say, oh, we listen to everybody and we've taken that into consideration. Yet, when a member of the black community said, do not use the term master plan because that is a legacy of slavery, he continued to do so. Let me tell you what else I see. I see a white city planner. I see white developers. I see white park and recreations. I see a white mayor. And I see a city that is 70% black that is in this room that is saying, don't take my land. But you know what? That's what we do, isn't it? That's what the white community and the white supremacy does. We take the land of other people. We have been doing this, and Council President, I see that you're not paying attention. What, are you a little embarrassed by not claiming
Please
the
address
privilege?
the public hearing. You cannot make any insults regarding any
Well,
public
then
official.
I appreciate it, if I am speaking, that you pay attention. That is your job. You're to listen to us. And obviously, you haven't been listening to the community members that have said, we do not want a splash pad. You allowed a city planner to blatantly lie and say, oh, we talked to the presidents, the homeowning presidents. We talked to the residents. No, we didn't. Now we know where the term white lie comes from. Because we go ahead and lie to the black community, and you know what? They buy it. And you know why? Because 9 times out of 10, you're in an elderly area now that's probably living on a fixed income. So you know what? They don't have the money for an attorney. You have disenfranchised these people with where they live. The days of you bullying, the days of you intimidating the residents of the city of Southfield is over. Because I cannot be bought, I cannot be intimidated, and I cannot be bullied. And if you continue to go with this, you will see me here fighting for these people along with my attorney every step of the way. And I know that you were just served. And if you don't think for a minute that we won't file with federal court, you better think again. Your days of intimidating people are over.
I would like to remind everyone to please address the issue of the splash pad. You cannot address any particular employee or city council member. Thank you.
Hi, Ty Baker, 21920 Beach Road. To approve this splash pad and essentially steal the land of Southfield residents not only displays a complete disregard for the rights and well-being of vulnerable populations, but it also perpetuates systemic injustice that have historically marginalized communities of color. It is essential that we prioritize equitable development strategies that empower and uplift our citizens rather than exploiting them for the sake of recreational facilities. The passing of this would set a dangerous precedent for government overreach. Placing such a facility in a residential area raises several concerns, including increased noise levels, potential privacy issues, and possible safety hazards such as crime and increased traffic. Land acquisition such as this has historically created deep-rooted disparities that still persist today. Land ownership remains skewed among racial lines in many societies around the world, and this helps in perpetuating economic inequities and limiting opportunities for marginalized communities. Things of this nature limits our abilities as people of color to pass down generational wealth. The master plan speaks to several points that I would like to dispute. The first being reflective of community desires. This community voted for a nature preserve. In fact, the splash pad was 5th on the list of desires for this community. So which community desires are we taking into account here? The second point is safe. According to a study conducted by researchers at the University of Pennsylvania, there's a significant correlation between the proximity of recreational areas and the increase in criminal activities such as drug-related offenses and property crime. What precautions are listed in the master plan to deter this increase in criminal activity? The only points listed for safety in the master plan were ongoing monitoring by Southfield Police, as if our officers have nothing better to do or the manpower to continually monitor this area. Is the safety of our citizens a primary concern, or is the primary concern just to keep the reputation of the Southfield Parks and Rec Center safe? And comparing this facility to the Lily Pad Springs does a disservice to our intelligence. Lily Pad Springs, to be frank, attracts a different demographic as it's not on the border of Wayne County, but is in the middle of a predominantly white neighborhood, so the level of noise and the potential for crime will be much different than what is experienced at Lily Pad Springs. This master plan does not serve the community for which it was proposed. Thank you.
Once again, I represent Beechwood. P6237, once again, according to the U.S. Supreme Court, 5th Amendment takings clause under the 14th Amendment due process clause. You cannot discretionarily take even 10 feet of someone's land without going through court proceedings in the U.S. District Court of Michigan. Once again, I'm going to say that again, and you've done it time and time again, 3 decades going back. My husband's an ER doctor. I'm not going to, I guess, address you, Councilman Mandelbaum, but my husband knows who you are. He doesn't understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. He's not here right now. He's in the ER. I don't know what you're doing either. Why do you want to take Beechwood property when you have plenty of other places that you've taken property from, and you can build this whatever splash pad or park wherever you want? You have plenty of space to do that. But you cannot take a person's 10 feet land, according to Judge Neil Garouche under the SCOTUS U.S. Supreme Court. You cannot take anything for permanent usage unless you go through a court system. You can't discretionarily do that. It's illegal. I'm not sure if anyone knows what illegal means here in this council, here, apparently, but it's illegal. You've done it for 30 decades, sorry, it actually is 30 decades, but it's 3 decades, actually. As far as we know, you've taken property from Black Americans under the guise of property taxes. And the court has already ruled, and a state order is already in place, that $39 million should be given back to the residents of Southfield, and you haven't. Why is that? I'm questioning that. And why is it that I only have 30 minutes? Basically, 30 seconds. Basically, what I'm trying to say under the Fifth Amendment's takings clause, you cannot take even 1 acre of property and offer some kind of just compensation when it's not just. You cannot just say, I offer you this, and then you take it and you say, we can offer it as a donation. Otherwise, if it's not a donation, we're just going to take it. No, you can't. It's called the U.S. District Court. You have to go through the U.S. District Court, and I'm not sure why you're not doing that, just discretionarily doing this. U.S. Supreme Court under Neil Garouche says you cannot do this. This is a 5-4 decision. Twice, landmark decisions that go back to 1905. What are we doing here in Southfield? Are we back in 1954? I feel like we are amongst the Black community and Southfield. Are we? Are we? I'm asking you.
Your time is up.
Councilman Mundelman.
Hi, my name is Harriet Weinbaum, and I live at 22305 Carlton Avenue. I was going to say a lot of other stuff. Part of what I do in my work, besides being a social worker and therapist, is do research. And as the mayor knows, I have submitted some research to him regarding splash pads. I want to say something that's really very upsetting to me. First of all, I actually could have answered the questions at the Planning Commission the other day regarding splash pads that were directed to, I believe, to the Recreation Director of Southfield. First of all, their plan, OHM's plan, they hired Vortex, who they say is a state-of-art company. Vortex was sued by the County of Washtenaw, Ann Arbor, in 2022. I'm really familiar with the company of Vortex. It started, I believe, out of Quebec, then it moved, I think, or started in Montreal, and then it moved to Quebec. Anyways, in this plan, there is no accommodation made for showers, nor foot baths. They can't, the phases of this plan are not well defined. We don't know, is phase 1 going to take a year? Is it going to take 2 years? Is phase 2 going to take a year or 6 months? They said they conducted a traffic study. They don't cite. When you're a researcher, you cite your research. The research is not cited here. You know, occasionally it is. Look, I don't think these people are bad people. I just know about research, and I know that this is not well done. They Chris said they looked at the sound volumes, and the sound volumes at this proposed park would be dissipated by the vegetation. I'm going to make this fast. Okay. But the amount of vegetation is not enough to dissipate it. Okay, also what I would like to say, please, is that for myself, and I think I can speak for a lot of residents in both associations in Southfield, there's been a lack of transparency. You know, we are disappointed and upset by the lack of transparency. Public officials like yourselves who run for office hopefully run with the best of intentions, but you need to effectively, I'm not pointing it out in any one person, involve the public in decision-making. And that really hasn't happened to us. We did those surveys. It was during the height of COVID. It was in 2021, 21, and 2022. I've gone to, I think, 7 meetings now in the past 2 weeks. The results of that survey were discounted. It's disrespectful.
Your time is up.
We feel like it's a ruse. Okay, and the last thing I want to say really fast, Mr. Mandelbaum, is on page 10 of your Southfield's Parks and Recreation booklet, Spring and Summer 2023, which came out, I believe, in March when I checked it out with the Parks and Rec Department, says it's a done deal. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ron J. Smith. My wife and I, we own a home at 22018 Rougewood Drive. And, you know, I just wanted to get up and just have a couple of things I want to point out. To be honest with you, I'm a little bit confused about why this is such a hotly debated topic. I mean, after all, we are the taxpayers. And I thought that the way this thing worked was that you guys are looking out for our best interests. And so I would think that given that scenario, that when we say we don't want something, that you would take that under advisement and then go back and come back with some alternatives and say, let's see what we can come up with to work this out. Now, I think from what I've heard tonight is that we don't really, we're not saying you can't have the pad. We're just saying that we think that the location that you have chosen to have it is not conducive to our lifestyles. I mean, I moved here 8 years ago because my wife wanted a park-like setting. That was one of her criteria. And we had lived in an area of town. I don't want to get into details about it, but it had a lot of pollution and that, you know, and businesses. And so she wanted to get away from that. And so we found this little, as far as I'm concerned, it's like a little slice of heaven here, you know, where we live in this little subdivision. We love it. I love seeing the wild turkeys walk across my patio in the backyard. I still take pictures of them. As a matter of fact, I have them in my phone. So I'm just saying that the point here, guys, is that we just don't want it in the location. And quite frankly, I think this vacant pool that we've got here actually is probably a very good location to put it. Now, you can have everything else in the park as far as I'm concerned over at Beach. It's just this splash pad. And quite frankly, I don't see the population that's served in our subdivision that we're going to be over there in swim trunks and running around on the splash pad. I just don't see that. Now, I'm not saying we can't do it. I'm just saying I don't see that. So the population that I see that you're going to draw with this splash pad are going to be young families, younger than us, a lot younger, and we're probably going to get some undesirables because they're going to use it as an opportunity for a babysitter while they do whatever else they do. Now, I have issues with the way some parents parent today, but, you know, it is what it is. But I just want to say, guys, you know, let's just come up with an alternative location. That's all we have to do, and we can talk it out. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
So Trina at 21920 Beach. So as I was looking at your slides, would have been really nice if everybody could have got a copy of it because you really couldn't see it. But one of the sections on there was the residents that were impacted were notified in April. That's not true. Steve Griffith came to our home on May 18th, gave my mother a business card, looking for my mother, and said, I wanted to speak with Patricia Baker. I said, okay, we're gonna set up a meeting. And he said, I wanna do it with your mother and the next door neighbor. I specifically asked why and what was going on. You could have told me at that time that you had intentions on taking my mother's land. No one said anything. My mother did not find out that her land was supposedly been taken or going to be donated to the city of Southfield until she came into this room and someone said that you guys had her approval, which was not true. So on the record today, I am going to state, and please put it in your notes, that my mother does not want to donate her land to the city of Southfield, because the city of Southfield is not donating anything to her. It has to be a two-way street. You got to get something to give something. So the way I look at it, you guys work for us. We don't work for you. And each and every one of you have an election going to come up. A yes vote from you means a no vote from each and every one of us out here, because you won't be sitting there anymore.
Please allow the speaker to speak. The clapping and interruptions are not helpful.
I'm Brenda Fred Jones. I live at 21690 Beach Road. I don't know if this is proper, but I have two questions. I don't know if he can go back to a slide because I need clarification. Can he? Or sometime before the night is up?
If you ask your question, we can answer it after the...
They said that the splash pad is 350 feet from every neighbor's house that's located. Not according to what I looked at. That's my first question. I'd like to see that slide, and I want him to explain it to me. My second question, I'd like to know how high the splash pad is going to be.
Okay. All questions will be answered after the public hearing.
The name is Stacy Dick, 21770 Maplewood Drive. Thank you for saying questions are going to be answered, because I have questions for the panel here, and I'm glad they're going to answer them. First of all, I would like to know what other locations were considered besides the location that we're speaking of right now. I've worked as a manager at General Motors for 34 years, and whenever we were looking at a new site for a call center or for something special, you never just look at one. You look at numerous, because you want to compare to see which might be the best. So I would like to know, Parks and Recreation, what other sites did you look at, and why was this site chosen to be the best? Okay? Next question I want to ask, or you ask the Parks and Recreation, I would like to know what age groups the splash pad is going to attract. I believe he said there's 3 different age groups. I would like to know what those age groups are. What are the hours of operation and the days it will be open? How many sessions will be held every day? And also, what is the size of the slide, especially in comparison to West Bloomfield? Again, I met with West Bloomfield in quite detail, and just that you guys know, the city of West Bloomfield, as I told you, they closed down their pools. They closed down that pool because of what it was attracting, and it was attracting a lot of teenagers that were staying at the pool all day. So West Bloomfield has 3 sessions, and their top age group is the age of 12. They wanted to make sure they didn't build the slide too high because they did not want the teenagers to come again. Why? Because of the havoc they caused during the pool. So West Bloomfield has taken a lot of time to come up with the number of sessions, the hours of operation. It cuts off at 6 o'clock. They do have parties in the evening, but only twice a week. So they have worked very, very hard to make sure they're building a splash pad that, 1, is not going to attract teenagers, 2, is going to be for the community, 3, is going to be very quiet. And you know what? They also have, and you guys don't have it in your plans, changing stations, lockers, so that the residents who do use it can be very, very comfortable. So I would like to know, what have we done to compare what West Bloomfield has compared to what we're going to be having, if we do have it? And what are we going to do if they tell me we're going to be attracting teenagers? What are we going to do? Because you are going to have a lot of mayhem, and that is not what we want. So again, I need clarifications and details that, as you said, you'll be asking. Thank you.
Good evening. Stacy Jackson, President of Beechwood Acres Homeowners Association. Council, here we are. We put up campaign signs, we knock on doors, we encourage our family and friends that live in this city to vote for you. It is for moments like this, in these defining times, that we need you to give us your voice and vote no. You must put the brakes on this. Please listen to what these distinguished people you have behind me are planning to do. You have heard them say that they have a traffic study that they conducted from 2019 to 2021. 2 of those years, everybody was shut down and shut in. Of course, there's no traffic. They also mentioned about a bathroom in the park that should be open year-round, even when the splash park is not. What do you think is going to come there with multiple pathways and bicycle lanes throughout that park, going behind people's houses, through the side of their houses? We have a vagrant that camps out at our own police department every day. What do you think will happen on 80 acres? Please use your judgment here. This is not good for your constituents. It's not good for your people. Be a wise council. We vote for you to use your wisdom. Going with this proposal as planned is not a wise decision. Otherwise, we all would not be here with standing room only, pleading to you. Very quickly, I'd also like to note that it is unfortunate that the residents in my community found out 3 days before the Planning Commission would vote to push this forward that their land would be acquisitioned. I understand that in 2000, the city of Southfield did the same thing to Lawrence Tech University for 5 properties on Civic Center Drive, on Circle Drive rather, pardon me. The city, it's 2023, the city of Southfield has still not acquisitioned that land to put in sewer lines for your constituents that have been looking for sewer lines for over 20 years. The audacity of this city to strong-arm its residents and constituents is outrageous. This community deserves the very best you have to give it. Do that. To the residents behind me, they're right. There are 5 seats up for re-election today. November is not that far away. We know how to vote. We know when not to vote. Please be a wise council.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. How you doing today? I'm kind of bent out of shape. Alma Shannon, 21755 Beach Road. I've been here for a while. I love it. I love my peace and quiet. The only thing, that problem I have now, since they fixed our road finally, that we got a speedway. They fly up and down like they done lost their mind. There's the police. Anyway, I'm right in front where they're gonna put the roadway, where they're gonna open up for the splash. The splash is fine, but we don't want it in our area. As I was coming here today, I looked up and down Evergreen, how nice you got it here, and how nice it would be to have the pad over here, because you got 2 freeways. You got 696 and you got the large over on this end. So you have easy access on either side for them to come to the splash. Would any of you guys would like to have the splash pad in y'all area? Then you said you study the traffic. The traffic we have now is the traffic coming from Telegraph, where they're working on Telegraph, so we get all the traffic there. And you put the splash pad there, the violence that gonna come there, because the teenagers gonna follow any park, like they did Belle Isle, that's in the state. For instance, the incident happened a couple of days ago at Somerset Mall with the kids in the food court. Somebody hollered a gun and then everybody just started flying, running over folks. You can't stop these teenagers. Once you open up a splash pad or park for these kids to come, they're gonna come, and then the gas station have the liquor stores. So what you think gonna happen then? They go out, get drunk, smoke their weed, start shooting. They're gonna do it. So I hope and pray that y'all think about this real hard, please. Thank you.
Good evening. Diane Phillips, 22992 Nancy Avenue. I'm not right on Carlton, but I am right next door to Carlton, and I actually do use the golf course, even though it isn't a golf course anymore. And I want to speak, first of all, thank the city for taking the Carpenter Lake area and producing a wonderful path area for people of all abilities, and taking that land and making it available to the public. The Beach Woods area, as so many people have said, is not the right area for a splash pad. I've seen the actual stakes in the ground where they would be planning this, and was a little surprised when I first saw all of that going on. I'm a lot more surprised after being here for the meeting. I do not condone putting a splash pad of this kind in that area. And I want to also speak for all of the animals that were here before us, that putting that in there is going to disrupt their lives even more so than they already are in our city. We are one of the unique areas in the city on the west side of Telegraph, in that it looks and feels like you're living in the country. I've only owned one home in my entire life. It was the only home I even looked at, and the things that drew me to the area were the fact that it felt like I was in the country, even though I could access the ability to get to pretty much anywhere from the standpoint of the roads. It's quiet, it's beautiful, I love the wildlife, and we should leave it alone and create a walking area for the residents to be able to utilize, because it's a lot of really great land, and like Dave was saying, you know, cross-country skiing out there, and every once in a while I see some other folks using the property for the right reasons, and I personally would prefer it just to be, that doesn't belong there, just doesn't. Thank you.
Sarah Habu, 29245 Marshall. I don't live where the splash pad is expected to be, but I just wanted to cover a few things. I won't be super long. There are 4 requirements of using eminent domain by a government. 1 is that it's private property. 2, that it must be taken. 3, that it's for public use. And 4, with just compensation. One of the other residents, I believe it was Ty Baker, said that in the presentation, it talks about it's reflective of the community desires, and it's very clear that it isn't. The people who are most directly affected, it doesn't fall within their desires. And it seems like for a lot of people that I've been talking to, that they didn't get very good notice about what was happening and when it was happening. For the city to be able to argue any just compensation, you have to give people notice. That's a basic requirement. And even further, it's really upsetting to hear the city of Southfield trying to use eminent domain against the residents of our community, because this is the same city who took homes that were foreclosed on and sold them for $1 to a for-profit that sold them for profit and did not return a surplus to the residents whose homes they had taken. So that is deeply upsetting that the city continues to take from residents of our community without giving people compensation or the opportunity to be able to remain in their homes. I hear you all often say that you're the voice of the community and that you want to be a voice of the community. You're not a voice of the community. People have voices. You're a microphone. Your job is to hear people's needs and address their needs. We don't need a voice. They have voices. Everyone came up here and spoke. They don't need your voice.
I'm not speaking for myself, I'm speaking for someone who can't even have a voice right now because she's so upset and emotional. And so she's giving me something to read.
So, just for the order, because you've already spoken and you can't come in and speak for someone else. So if she wants to have a seat, we can make accommodation. Excuse me, ma'am. Okay, I'm an attorney too, ma'am, and that's the...
So I just want to ask you a question.
Excuse me.
I just want to ask a question. If a resident wants to have a voice but can't even speak because she wants it to be said, you won't even listen to that?
Hi, Betty Bennett, 25351 Frederick Street. These are some notes of some concerns that the resident has. I know that she's a member of Beechwood Acres. Emergency vehicles coming into the area. Harm, psychological harm, physical harm, financial harm. Short-term use per year. So we're talking about all of this disruption to our homes, our neighborhood, our community for short-term use. Memorial Day to Labor Day. Concerns about the fire department safety delays. Property values, increased incidents of traffic accidents. There's, in the pedestrian areas that are going to be marked out in the park, there's concern about loitering. The small roads, the roads, we talked about that, and someone made the point that the traffic study was only done during COVID. And now that Beach Road has been improved, there has been increased traffic and speed on that road. And it is a small 2-lane street. And there's concern about police protection. And just to add something about police protection, Southfield has a great police department. Unfortunately, I did have an incident of a home invasion at my home, and the police was there in a very timely manner, very considerate. But that was after the fact. The harm had happened. And then the detective that I got, well, he just couldn't be bothered. He figured it was some kids in the area, curious. And there was never a serious investigation done behind that. And I'm sorry that I'm not doing your concerns justice, but she does not want the splash parrot, as none of us do. It wasn't something that was asked for, so this isn't a hard decision for you to say no, because you won't disappoint anyone. Trust me. Thank you.
Yes.
Tanya Knight.
on 21675 Beach Road. You guys have made me a stronger person. You guys have too, because you have something to do. We have something to do back here. But the people that have spoken with so much knowledge, but I'm just going to stick with the emotion here. The streets, I live there. I open my windows in the morning. There is no room for traffic, and I think anyone that goes down that street, you already know that. There's cars that run on the sidewalk already, not the sidewalk, but the sideway when they're passing other vehicles. There's only 2 ways to turn. You can't turn because if you go too slow, you're going to get blowed off. And these are our neighbors, so it's kind of friendly. I couldn't imagine strangers doing it. If something happens in that area, the police department is great. They've helped me when I've needed it, but there's no way. I don't know how many dogs and helicopters they'll need to ever find anyone in those woods. Maybe I'm talking about negative things. I think one of the gentlemen said about the noise at the school. That's okay because that's learning noise, that's good noise. My kids were in the band. But what about at night when it's dark and no street lights and everyone has to go home and there are people that don't live there that come back to visit the neighborhoods? We don't have bars on our doors. We don't have bars on our windows. Some people, when they come in and visit, that looks like an invitation to come back when they're not welcome. St. Mary's, I think was the St. Mary's Carnival, certain things like that where we have too many young people, they've had to close these things down. When Southfield High School was kind of, they were getting out of hand, we were on the news. I don't think we want to bring that attention, negative attention to us. Yes, I want people from other areas to come and enjoy themselves. Yes, I want kids to be able to come and enjoy themselves, but it looks like there's going to be adults enjoying themselves that should probably be at work at that time of the day that'll be enjoying it more than maybe the children and the picnic area. And I'm just not seeing that this is the right area, like you say, as senior citizens. What happens if you really need help? What can you do? And the police and everybody are great, but the streets are not as busy like us here. If we were going down that street right now, these cars, just a few people here, we couldn't go up and down that street. And how are the neighbors going to get around into the community when there's only 1 or 2 ways out? It's just kind of, I'm taking the emotion side of this, and it's personal to me, but just consider who wants to live like that. And I know somebody has to have in their backyard, but there's just better areas. And I'm not against the splash pad, but we do need, last thing I got, okay. I feel better. Guys, thank you for making me a stronger person. We need a lot of stuff up there at Beechwood. We need learning. We need sports. If you're going to help the kids in the community, help the kids in the community and outside the community, but give them something to do besides play in the water. Thank you.
The splash pad is a beautiful idea, but Beechwood community cannot be tested for any viruses or bacteria. When I asked the director, I believe it was, from Oakland County, I was in a meeting with him, he was about this far away from me, and I asked him a question, point blank. How do you test that community for anything since you test using sewer water? And that is a septic system neighborhood. If you get a virus going wild in that community, you will never know about it. You will know about what happened at Beechwood, but you won't know about that community. And to think that you're putting this in a community with senior citizens with no thought, because you can't test for COVID over there. You can't test for polio. You can't test for anything that they're checking for right now because they are on septics. And if you do get a virus in there, it's going to be something terrible because you're talking about senior citizens that might be on pills and everything else. This is just going to make the stew even worse. So I would think very, very clearly about what you are doing and what you're about to do to these senior citizens. Now, he said, we did not run an engineering sound test. So I just guessed what the sound level was going to be. See, I'm lucky because at least I know Kevin Flynn from Lawrence Tech. And I can call up Kevin and say, Kevin, I have these problems over here in my neighborhood. When the band is playing too loud and my neighbor can't hear each other talking 4 feet from one another, that problem is gone. When we had COVID and they started running around our street, and I'm like, no, y'all gotta go. Please call Mr. Flynn. They called up him, and next couple of seconds they were gone. So the good thing for me is at least I can call LTU and get what I can't get from this council. Results in something to happen. And I guess I need to call them by the sewer line, since coming here for the last decade ain't worked. And we don't have a sewer line. And he's talking about, well, we're in phase 2. Well, phase 2 didn't happen for me, so y'all got a bad habit of not completing what y'all started.
Your time is up. This is a public hearing for PSLU 23-0008. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Joseph Person, 25270 Waycross, Southfield, Michigan. I'm also the chair of the Southfield Lathrop Village Democratic Club. Not only, as I said at the last meeting I was at, that I stand in solidarity with these folks, but I live actually in the area. See, I live at 10 Mile and Beach, so if you come down 10 Mile going west on Beach, on 10 Mile and turn right on Beach, I come right down to the Citgo gas station and right on down to the, to the area down there. My problem with this is, ladies and gentlemen, there are only 10 precincts that these folks that get elected to, they know if they win those 10 precincts, it doesn't matter what the rest of the city does. It doesn't matter. Folks behind me have spoken. There are 4 seats actually up, 5 seats up for city council. We got to decide how you're going to vote. And if you're voting against us and people say, well, you're bullying and doing all of this, well, this is what y'all do. We have freedom of speech, and this is part of our freedom of speech is the vote. Now, I done fought, people done died for the right. My grandmother took me to see Medgar Evers' house where he died for the right of the vote that was assassinated down there in Mississippi. And yet in 2023, I come here, and the very people that I have elected, helped to elect, and every one of y'all who the Southfield Lathrop Village Democratic Club has endorsed, we've gotten behind you, we've put money on the table for you, we've knocked doors, and yet you listen to these folks out here, and you're gonna make a decision. Folks, come November, I think it's the 8th, you need to let them know in one answer that we vote, because they know that only 10 precincts matter. And precinct 29, which is mine over there, Levy, happens to be one of them. And the Beechwood Rec Center, where most of you folks vote, we all need to come together and vote. We need to come together and vote and make this a decision that if you vote against us, we're gonna vote against y'all. And folks out here, stop playing. They know what you're not gonna do. They know that if it rains that day, you're not gonna come out. They know that if you have any kind of problems that day, they know you're not gonna come out and vote. So all of us need to mark on our calendar, November 8th, that you get the babysitters, you get an Uber to where you need to vote. You take a friend to the voting poll, but let them know that we're not playing. Let's go.
Is there anyone else to speak to PSLU 23-0008?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Willie Wesley. I live at 23577 McAllister. Mine will be pretty short because my knowledge on this is pretty new. I'm just now hearing about it, and that could be because I haven't been paying attention or I've kind of had my head in the dirt working. But one question, is it possible to get an electronic copy of this? I may have missed this because I was teaching a class prior to here, so I just came up. So I didn't know if it's possible to get a copy of this presentation in any way. And I also may have missed this, and it's just something I want to throw out there for consideration. I hear everyone here. I understand 100% why they don't want it here. I'm not against that in any way, because as I learn more about it, it doesn't seem like the greatest idea. I still feel like I need more learning, so, you know, by all means, please listen to what everyone is saying. But wherever this goes, I'm just wondering, and I could have missed it, do you know if there's going to be any, like, added access control type considerations for the splash pad, whether it goes on the northern side of the city or not here, wherever it goes? I hope it's not here, because everyone has spoken, but from what I'm seeing, I don't see that there's any sort of access control. Maybe there are, like, you know, cameras that you could put somewhere, some sort of safety consideration for wherever it goes, because you will need it. And I, again, may have missed it, but wanted to put out there wherever you end up putting it, hopefully not here, that in some way, shape, or form it's made more secure, because it looks like right now, I understand it was kind of meant with freedom and openness in mind, but it doesn't seem like there's anything that would stop anyone who shouldn't be there from being there, even, you know, after it closed or anything like that. But that's pretty much all I had was, you know, wherever you do put this in the city, hopefully find a better place where the residents agree with it, that you put some sort of access control consideration into it, and even cameras out there to even remotely, it doesn't stop anything, but it may deter someone, because right now it seems very open, and that's a double-edged sword. It's great for the people who want to enjoy it, but it's also great for people who we don't want there. And if at all possible, I'll stay after if need to, but I'd like to get a copy of the presentation as well, just to do some more digging and learning on it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak about the splash pad? PSLU 23-0008.
Mr. Chair, the last speaker, if he leaves his contact information, email, or contact information, we can provide with the, all right, with the clerk. Okay.
All right. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the council? All right. We will answer questions after the public hearing is over. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Chris, would you be able to answer some of the questions that were raised?
Yes, there's a number of concerns that were raised, and I'm happy to walk through the list. Is there an order that we'd like to go through?
So I know
one of the questions was how high the slide was, 17 feet. One of the gentleman's questions too was that, is there an access point? And the splash pad is fenced in. There would be a limit of how many people come in. We've spoken here before about security cameras and the importance of safety, so there would be all of those things in place. I know that there was some conversation about what other spot, why can't we have it here at the pool? There's a pool there right now, and there was conversation about what our future would look like for a pool there. Whether we would close that pool in and have an indoor space for a pool, where was the best spot for that? So the splash pad is at Beechwoods because of the process of the master plan, because of the Beechwoods master plan, because of the master plan for the 5-year department master plan as well. So,
Excuse me,
Yeah.
please let her answer.
yeah, there was 2 plans. One is the Beechwoods master plan, and the second one was the 5-year department master plan. So that's how the splash pad ended up at Beechwoods. It's an 80-acre park. There's not a lot of park space for a splash pad, and we certainly wanted to, when we thought about this splash pad, we certainly wanted it to be large enough to be able to house a number of kids. It wasn't our intent to create a cement playground, but a space that was appropriate so that we could get about 150 kids, 200 kids in there. There were some questions about what it would look like as far as a schedule goes. We have been working very closely with West Bloomfield. As a matter of fact, I think one of the folks came up and said, you know, they have lockers there, and why don't we have lockers? Well, when we talked to West Bloomfield, they wished that they didn't put lockers in because folks weren't using them. So we tried to get best practices too from them and learn from their experiences, much like we were going to do going forward as far as times. What time it would open, what time it would close, how many days a week. And so we've been very upfront about talking about that with our community groups, with our planning commission. We did state that there would be no rentals the first year. We thought it was important to live in the space and really figure out what is working, where we can tweak it, and the safest steps going forward. So I do know that there has been a lot of comments here tonight about property that would be needed for this project. I don't feel comfortable talking about that. Maybe if Terry could address that. There was some property that was being asked and offered monies for. That's a separate project than the Beechwoods project. We did not need any access to property or property handed to us for a dollar amount for the Beechwood splash pad. So I think we covered.
There was one more question regarding the proximity of the splash pad to the homes.
Yep, maybe you could. Could he answer that question, please?
Excuse me, please.
No, make it that.
Excuse me.
Make it that.
Excuse me. Everyone had a chance. We are going through the questions, and excuse me, we will have a recess again if this continues. Excuse me. Excuse me. We are going through the answers that were asked. We're going through the questions that were asked during public comment. This is our time to answer those responses. Excuse me. Let her answer the questions, please.
What questions? We have
Okay. So there were questions about the proximity of the splash pad?
Yeah.
Proximity, yeah. So the 350 feet is taken from the center of the splash pad, as it was in the example of the West Bloomfield, side by side. So that was taken from the center with an offset at that point. So in terms of the distance, we're holding 60 plus feet from the property line. And I believe we got in the site plans when we get in, we see some of those dimensions. I don't know, Terry.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. It was my question.
Yeah, so.
Can you go
All
back
right.
to that slide?
Chris, is your mic on?
Chris, you might
It
want to
is.
stand up
I'll
here.
approach closer.
Can you use the pointer?
So at this portion of the, yeah, but what I want to point out here is the dimension from the drive to the nearest property line. On the south, you can see there's a sidewalk approaching the site. That's a 54-foot dimension from the property line to the edge of the walk on the south. On the north side, it's 60 feet from the edge of the drive to the property line. And if we, the next slide here, I don't have a dimension from the edge of the splash pad, but I do have the 76-foot dimension from the sidewalk to the property line there, so.
Excuse me.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Where is the police officer? I am tired of being interrupted by someone that's not even supposed to be speaking.
Okay, you can continue.
So as I was pointing out, there's a 76-foot dimension from the edge of the sidewalk to the property line. I'm estimating here because I don't have the exact dimension from the fence line of the splash pad, but it's probably closer to 100+ feet. And between that, I'll point out that there is an evergreen buffer there that's planned to be planted to help mitigate some of the sound.
Okay, and then can you go to the slide that had the larger?
Yes.
That one, yes.
Yep.
So there were a few homes that were closer than 350 feet?
No, all the homes are at least 300 from the center of the splash pad. I'll clarify there, it's not from the edge, but from the center point of the splash pad. There are no homes within that radius, but they are right on the edge. Both 21920 and 21690 are right on the periphery of that 350-foot dimension.
Okay, thank you. To the city planner, were there, did we cover all the questions? I know there was one question about the easement.
I can try to address that one.
Sure.
And it just happened to be coincidental timing, but again, there was no property that was needed to be taken for the splash pad. But I do know the city engineer's office offered the acquisition of a 10-foot easement in order to put a bike path, a safety path on Beechwood, because the property's located at 21920 and 21690, that an underground utility easement exists, but in order to put a surface 10-foot pathway similar to what the city's done on 9 Mile and other areas, that a 10-foot pathway was required. Just compensation was offered based on assessor.
Excuse me, please let him speak.
Assessor's determination of value per square foot. And there is a process that has to go through for that easement. I know that the city engineer reached out today in person to speak with both property owners, but that is a separate project that has to do with the pathway on Beechwood and not the splash pad.
Okay. And then, Chris, there were two other questions about hours of operation and about the age groups, if there's going to be different times for age groups and things like that.
Yep, so I'll let Parks and Recreation speak about hours, but in terms of the design of the splash pad, there were 3 distinct zones based off a toddler age group, a family age group, and there is a teenage portion of the splash pad as well.
What are those ages?
Toddlers, probably 1 to 3 or 4. Family is the intermediary, so up to probably 12 to 13, and then from above that would be the teen group. So it's designed to have a wide audience of users.
Okay, thank you.
I can talk a little bit towards the...
Excuse me, please let him answer the questions.
I can talk a little bit towards the hours of operation and the days of the week and that sort of thing.
Yes.
If you look at the other splash pads in not only the area but across the board, you'll find a variety. A lot of times there certainly are 7 days a week. Sometimes it'll be one day that starts a little later for maintenance, routinely on a week, almost like you'd have a park amenity closed a little further for grass mowing each week. Our driving range at Beechwoods is a perfect example of that. We don't have hours of operation and days of the week yet because ultimately it hasn't been approved yet. But I have a file of about 30 to 50 splash pads in kind of gauging what the commonalities are. 10 to 6 is very common, something in that range. A lot of times it's done in sessions, if you will. If we do stick to the common one that we've been talking about, West Bloomfield does 3 2-hour sessions. We haven't made a determination. The positive there is that you can allow access for more people, so it's not people hogging an area for the entire duration of the day. It also allows for the staff to get a break. So every 2 hours, then there's a half an hour gap. So their staff automatically gets a built-in break for that half an hour after each session. There's some that do 3-hour sessions or 2-hour sessions, but those are very common. There's also some that open up a little later to the public certain days because they know they're going to have camps in. So we have about 100 campers this year, and they're here at the Civic Center Arena, but they would take field trips per se, and that's kind of like an internal field trip to be able to go over to the splash pad across town and use it instead of spending the money to go to, let's say, Red Oaks or Waterford Oaks or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes, Councilwoman Hoag.
To the residents, first of all, let me thank you all for coming out and speaking with us, even those that we met on Friday evening. I've shared with you all, I've been upfront and transparent that I am a resident of this area. I support the splash pad, but it doesn't mean I'm a bad person. Initially, I was going to move that we postpone this, think about it a little bit more. But one thing that I wrote down on what I tried to live by, and that is mistakes are forgivable, if you have the courage to admit them. Admitting we are wrong is courage, not weakness. With that being said, Mr. President, I move that we reject the Planning Department site plan for the Beechwood Recreation Splash Pad.
Support. Excuse me. It has been moved by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilwoman Taylor, that we reject the PSLU 23-0008, a recreational splash pad located at 22200 Beach Road. Are there any further questions or comments from council? Councilman Frazier?
Yes. I've sat here and listened to everybody that came to the microphone and talked. And there's one thing that keeps going through my mind is that, and I hope this is not misinterpreted, is that typically, first of all, I want a pool also. I would like to have our pool uprooted and a new pool put in its place. We can't afford that. What we can afford is something to entertain the kids during the summer when it's hot out, and getting wet is kind of fun for kids when you know they have the slip and slides at home with a garden hose attached to them. So by turning this down, and I may vote to turn it down too, is something that we're taking this away from the young people. Also, the people that came out today were young at one time. And it's hard for me to believe when I was young that I was playing games with whatever devices we had to play with and having a lot of fun, and were quiet and didn't make noise. And there were seniors that lived in an area where I was playing and having fun. But as we get older, I guess we kind of forget what we did when we were young. And so we want things for ourselves and not necessarily for the city at large. We've done as much study as we possibly could to find the best place, and there's no perfect place, to put the splash pad. If we put the splash pad in some other neighborhood instead of where it's designed right now, our meeting would be just as long, but it would be different people saying, we don't want the splash pad in our backyard. We don't want the kids to have fun, is what they're really saying. We want the kids to have fun, but
Excuse me. Please let the councilman speak.
I was quiet when you were talking. but have fun in some other neighborhood. Don't have it in my neighborhood. So I'm sorry that the people that came out and talked, there was not one person that came to the microphone tonight that was in favor of having the splash pad there. And if nobody in the city is in favor of having a splash pad, except for the council and the Parks and Recs, then I guess maybe I'll have to agree with my council person partner. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you.
And I failed to say this. I would like to thank the Parks and Recreation Department. Some things, what we may want just doesn't come to fruition, but I just would like to thank the Parks and Recreation Department for all their due diligence and hard work. Thank you.
All right. Councilman Brightwell.
Generically, I just want to address one thing generically. Early on, we started a process of replacing the pool that's outside. And that is a project that we got started. And going through that with respect to, we visited 7 places that have a pool, rec center, and numerous other things. And out of that, the conversation about a splash pad popped up, and it came up and it kind of grew to this particular level. But I just want individuals to know that obviously we will be working on replacing that pool, and that's on a going forward basis. And I myself, listening to the residents tonight and the other speakers, obviously I would have to feel for them and the residents that it's not. We're not going to do it. I would not be voting for the splash pad the way it currently exists in that location. But the overall thought that I'm trying to present is that we will continue to work on the some activities with a pool, which will be let's say, year-round pool. So, but I just want to get out the fact that we will be looking out for the aquatic desires of our citizens. And obviously, when that item crystallizes, obviously we will have a discussion on that with respect to place, time, place, and size and those numerous things. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. And I did want to point out to everyone that was speaking, the reason we go through these processes of a public hearing and public comment is to get feedback. We understand that sometimes it's positive feedback, sometimes it's negative feedback, but that's why we go through this process. And we're happy that everyone comes out and speaks whether for or against a specific project, and that's part of this process. And that's why we are here, to listen to your concerns, whether good or bad, and we have to follow a certain process to get things done within the city. So if there's no other comments, we do have a motion by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilwoman Taylor, to reject the splash pad located at 22200 Beechwood in Southfield. All those in favor? Yes.
Am I understanding that you are voting on the recommended proposal and you're going to vote no or yes for the recommended proposal? Is that my understanding? As opposed to a
Rejection. So we have to vote. Okay.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
So.
Let me just say no?
Yes.
Correct. So you want to rephrase your motion?
I will rephrase my motion.
To Mr. Crow's.
To Mr. Crow, unfortunately, my motion is to say no to the recommendation.
And I'll support that.
Does that, Councilman Frazier?
In parliamentary procedure, you can't make a negative motion.
So,
You have to have a positive motion and vote it down.
that's what I'm trying to say.
Right, so your motion,
I can read it into the record, and then you can vote it up or down.
okay.
I'll just make it simple. PSLU 23-008 is a special use request by Chris Riggert, OHM, on behalf of the owner, City of Southfield, to establish a recreational splash pad on property located at 22200 Beach Road. And Planning Commission made a favorable recommendation, and so we're asking you to make a favorable recommendation or approval on this item.
Okay. Was that clear, Councilwoman? We're voting for,
No.
we're voting on PSLU 23-0008. And then it would be a yes or no vote.
I move that we vote no.
Right. And I support.
No.
It has to be a positive motion. We would have, if you vote no, then you would vote no on the motion or to reject it, but the motion has to be to approve in the positive, is what I'm understanding from the
Okay.
city clerk.
Okay. So,
Okay.
so you make a
So
motion?
I'm going to make the motion that we approve it, and then we'll vote.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
so
You're voting in favor?
we're correct.
Yes.
So there is a motion to approve PSLU 23-0008 made by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilwoman Taylor. Any further discussion?
We'll say no.
Correct. Okay. All those in favor of the splash pad? All those opposed?
No.
Okay. Motion has failed. The splash pad is
No.
a no vote. Okay.
Through the chair. Through the
yes.
chair, since the special land use was not approved, there's no need to vote on the site plan.
No.
Correct. All right, we'll give us a moment to let everyone leave.
No, we're in point of order. Take that outside. You're nice.
I haven't been to MOA services, so I gotta be more careful than you.
I forget that sometimes.
That's part of why I was also trying not to.
On all of them? We got to do the same thing on all of them? Oh, okay. I thought Mr. Kroll was saying we got to do something. Did he tell them we're still in session?
Most of them. We'll let them pass.
All right, please, we still have a meeting to conduct, so if you're leaving for the evening, thank you for coming out, but please quiet down so we can leave, so we can continue our meeting.
Crazy.
Maybe somebody should shut the door.
No, because the meeting is still going on.
Excuse me, if you plan to leave, please leave so we can continue our business. Okay. Mr. Crode?
Yes, thank you. Our next items are for discussion purposes only. We have a potential petitioner, Design House Architecture, on behalf of Lear Corporation, and Friedman Real Estate and McAllister Rental, property located at 21700 Telegraph Road, located on the east side of Telegraph Road between 8 Mile and 9 Mile Roads. Existing zoning is I-1 industrial. The current use is vacant. This was the part of the former Lear Tech main campus, and the proposed use is heavy equipment sales and rental. So when we were approached about the possibility of this use on Lower Telegraph Road, we looked at both permitted and special land uses in the I-1 district. We have similar type of uses, but nothing specific for heavy rental equipment. There's automobile, truck leasing and rental offices. There's transportation service providers, and there's logistics centers, motor freight depots, trucking terminals, or trucking dispatch centers, but not specifically heavy equipment rental. The proposal is to take the former Lear building located on the east side of Telegraph, which is currently vacant, and convert it into McAllister Rentals. And we have Peter from Design House is going to make some introductory comments. We also have representatives of McAllister Rental. If the council feels that this is similar to other permitted uses and are comfortable with that, we would go through a text amendment process and come back to you at a later date for a public hearing in order to allow them to do heavy equipment rentals at the former Lear building. And again, the property is currently vacant. It's not specifically allowed. It's similar to other industrial uses, but that's why we're here tonight, is to give a brief overview and have a discussion before we move forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you could just give your name and business address for the record, please.
Peter Stuhlreier, Design House Architecture, 3300 Auburn Road, Auburn Hills, Michigan. I'll keep my comments pretty brief, as this is really the very first step of moving this project forward, hopefully. When the owner came to me and mentioned this property for this light industrial zone property for equipment rental, I looked at it and said, well, that sounds like something that fits. Looked in the zoning, couldn't find the use in the Southfield zoning. So that's when we got involved with administration, and that's why we're here to try to button this up and tie it around with a nice bow. The surrounding communities in Oakland County put equipment rental like this in their light industrial district. You have about 3 or 4 rental companies in your light industrial district already. It's just, it wasn't neat enough yet, so we wanted to make sure that with a very small text amendment to the uses allowed in light industrial, we could make this happen.
And I just, through the chair, want to make a correction. We're not talking about light industrial. We're talking about our industrial zone.
Industrial
which
zone.
is
I use that as a general umbrella.
Which is different than light industrial.
Okay. In I-1, comparative zones include the idea of equipment rental in them. It's an 8-acre parcel, about a 7,000 square foot building. It would have some interior repair shop and some showroom offices inside. All the parking lot that is visible from the right-of-way would be employees and customers. Screened and fenced all the way around would be the equipment in the rear yard, secured and fenced. Also, we've agreed to certain conditions, and I don't know if Terry, you want me to go through those, or?
Just what we're considering is if council is comfortable with allowing heavy equipment rentals, we would create a special land use district with certain regulations to protect the city to allow that. So Peter and his team are proposing some protections for the city. Again, this would have to go through a process, but we have an overabundance of vacant industrial and office buildings here, and we're always looking for adaptive reuse, and this is one approach to an adaptive reuse of this building.
Yeah. So in terms of the conditions for this particular use that we would propose, they would include that the repair and services would all occur on the inside of the building. that all emergency access flow and lanes would be kept free from the flow of emergency vehicles throughout the storage yard. Trash storage areas would be screened, 6-foot-high wall of masonry all the way around the storage area. We would limit our hours from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays only. So that's kind of a big deal in these kinds of ventures. If you're familiar with equipment rental, sometimes they're weekend warriors going out there. This isn't that kind. This is on a much more industrial scale. It's less consumer-driven and more construction-driven. So there's a couple other ones that we want to work through with administration as we go through the process, but we think it's an appropriate fit. The building and the site are ultimately exactly what we're looking for, with the high bay and the office space and the large yard in the back. So with that, I can just answer questions. I don't want to beleaguer the discussion.
If I could, before we go to questions, I think we have a representative of McAllister here.
We do.
If you have a couple slides here, Peter, just to show what they're proposing.
Okay.
Keep going.
And if you just want to give your name and business address for the record.
Sure thing. Good evening. Joe Fembinger, business address is 24800 Novi Road, Novi, Michigan, 48375.
So if you could just talk about your business and why you want to come here and where you're located, just to give the council some background, and then we'll answer any questions that the council may have.
Certainly, be happy to do that. And first and foremost, thanks for the opportunity to tell you a little bit about what we do day in and day out. McAllister Machinery Company is the Caterpillar dealer for the states of Michigan and Indiana. And what that really means is we're a supplier of heavy equipment for contractors, road builders, bridge builders, heavy civil projects, subdivisions, etc. Our desire for this piece of property is to utilize it as a rental facility where contractors, as previously mentioned, would pick up industrial equipment, construction equipment for projects that they're doing in and around the area. We identified Southfield because of its geographic location relative to the metro area. It is kind of in the center of everything. It's a good spot for us to run our business. It allows us to touch our contractors that are working in the area pretty easily and service their needs pretty easily. So I've been looking for a long time in and around this area and finally found a piece of property that we think would work well for what we do day in and day out. So that's kind of a brief overview. I'm happy to answer any questions.
And if I could, I believe that Lear has downsized. They had a building both on the east and west side of Telegraph. Now they're only occupying the building on the west side. So this has been surplus vacant parcel property for a while, and we have a viable potential user. They want to be here. But one process we could have done is working with the building official, go to the zoning board of appeals and get an interpretation. But if this is something that the council sees as desirable, we just assume make it as a text amendment so it's clear that what's permitted, what isn't, and then we have some control over hours of operation and other regulations to protect the adjacent property owners. Maybe we'll talk about one last thing about number of employees and.
Sure. Yeah, certainly. Our goal here is always first and foremost, we like to hire individuals that live in and around the area that have a vested interest in the community, and that would be our goal here as well, is to hire local residents. We anticipate somewhere between 75 and 100 jobs at this facility. Good, high-paying jobs, union technical positions such as mechanics, truck drivers, parts warehouse individuals, yard utility equipment operator type individuals. We're a union shop organized with the local 324 here in Michigan, the operating engineers. We also anticipate using this facility for some local sales, management, and marketing. So some of those front office, we call them, type of positions as well. Being that this building's set up by Lear for that type of activity with shop in the back and some very nice office space at the front, we anticipate being able to house some of those marketing, sales, human resources, accounting type individuals at this location as well. And again, looking at the location relative to the metro area, it's really prime for what we do and for where a lot of folks that would potentially work for us could be living in and around this area too. So.
Okay. Councilman Brightwell?
Terry, what is the, what is the history of this location? And what was, is this the old Sims building?
Well, I can tell you that maybe the mayor can tell you about the further history, but Lear Corp was occupying both the east and west side. And I did say downsizing, but it's really what we've seen out of the pandemic. People are just not coming to work. They're working more remotely. And therefore, many corporations don't need the office space, the warehousing space, and the manufacturing space as they did before. So they have located all of their services now on the west side of the, west side of the property, and this has become vacant. And we have a viable user that wants to move in there.
Okay.
And,
all right.
And we just need a clarification. This would be a public directed from council text amendment to allow them to be a special land use with certain requirements.
Right, I don't have a problem. I'm just trying to get what was there before Lear. I know Lear was a...
It was Sims.
It was Sims.
It was Sims.
Sims? Okay, it was Sims. So does this, I assume it does, have the capacity that you need? This would be more like a showroom for McAllister?
Yeah, we would have some showroom, but in our world, the showroom's very different than like a Home Depot or a Lowe's. So we would show some equipment in a showroom type of an area, but primarily the equipment would be stored behind the building to either side of the building and inside the building. Our customers would pick that equipment up, or we would deliver it on our own fleet of trucks. So yeah, size-wise, it fits our need really well. The high bay area is really appealing to us, and the acreage that's associated with this property very appealing to us as well.
Okay, I'm going to ask one more question. So your Caterpillar dealership, really. So can I envision this would be a Caterpillar a Caterpillar dealership? When I see a Chevrolet, I would see a bunch of Caterpillars around there?
That's correct. Yeah,
okay.
We're a Caterpillar dealer, so it would have that Caterpillar feel to it. Caterpillar, we're an independent dealer, but much like Chevrolet or Ford or Lincoln has requirements of what dealerships can look and feel like. Caterpillar's no different. So they require that we build these facilities to look a certain way. And what you see in the renderings here is a good representation of what other locations that we maintain look like. They hold us to a pretty high standard at Caterpillar.
Okay. I think you answered my question. And so I look forward to see a bunch of Caterpillars over there.
Yeah, we would store equipment there. This particular facility would be focused on some of the smaller Caterpillar equipment. So you wouldn't see the huge excavators, dump trucks, and things of that nature. It would be smaller, light industrial type equipment at this facility.
All right, Councilman Frazier?
Yes, a couple of questions pop into my mind. First one is the parking lot designed to carry the kind of weight that heavy equipment would be, or do you have to shore it up?
I want to lean on you a little bit for that one, Peter. I can give you my observations of it too, but.
I mean, we haven't got any core samples on the parking lot at this point. But having known that it was light industrial, I'm sure it's an MDOT, 4-inch of asphalt and 8-inch of sub-base.
Say that again, please.
It's probably 4 inches of asphalt and 8 inches of sub-base based on who was building it and using it and for what. It's not a standard retail center parking lot. That's my assumption. I think
it was just automobiles that went back and forth on it.
Maybe, yes, possible.
But I don't know if it would be, the parking lot would be designed for the heavy equipment.
Well, you have to rent yourself some of that equipment and cap it.
When it comes to that, I mean, that's something that we employ operating engineers. Our guys do that. They're very good at building subgrade for highways and industrial plants. So whatever that requirement would be for our equipment, we would bring it up to that spec.
Okay, I just want to put it on the table so it doesn't get overlooked. Second thing is the design of the parking lot and the entrance is it designed so that 2 semis can be in there at the same time?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we've designed it so that several semis could be there at the same time, definitely more than 2.
And will they be able to turn around and come back out?
Yep, we've walked that radius off and also taken some measurements of it. And as you'll see kind of in our drawing, we depict a little bit there, truck coming around the rear of the facility, and we anticipated exiting on the north side of the facility.
So from a site design standpoint, it's one way in, and it loops around the building and one way out. So for the heavy truck access, the access aisle, I made it very clear that we were going to set it up so that as you were parked off to the side of the loading zone, you didn't block the 28 feet needed for fire and emergency. So yes, you could line up several trailers, load on them, and not block the flow through and around the building.
Okay, because we've approved some projects in the years past on Telegraph Road, and the semis can't turn around because the parking lot's too small, so they park on Telegraph Road, which is not conducive to traffic flow up and down. So I wouldn't want to have this place where the semi has to park in order to let the other semi turn around and come back out before they could go in. Because I could see at times when you'd have more than one semi bringing flatbed bringing equipment in or picking it up.
Totally understood, and that was, you and me think the same. That's what we were trying to avoid, is having to go in and turn around. So it's just one big loop.
And that's with all your employees' cars parked where they're supposed to.
Yep, we've gone through gates and past the employees long before the trucks start to do their thing. So,
okay, all right, well,
it's a good point.
we want businesses in empty buildings, so.
So that, I just got the slide up that shows the flow and the bypass lanes and the loading areas around the building in one way.
Okay.
So again, through the chair, there's good questions for us to consider, but if you're agreeable to the text amendment, this will come back as a text amendment, and then you also get a second look through the special land use and a site plan. We'll get down to those details. Tonight is for discussion, but if the council is favorable for us moving forward, we'll put that process, we'll get that process started.
All right, council, any other questions? I just had one. Based on the slide that you had, it looked like all of the machinery or all the caterpillars will be stored in the back of the building. Is that a true statement?
We'd anticipate storing equipment at the rear of the building, so it'd be the east side of the building. Also would anticipate storing inside the building. So a lot of the lighter industrial equipment that we would offer at this facility would be stored indoors. We do anticipate some storage on the north and south sides of the building, but behind that decorative fence as well. It's not depicted in the drawing here, but we could foresee some equipment being stored along that south side of the building and along the north side of the building as well.
So there won't be machinery, like crowding Telegraph.
No, you can see that we set the entrance gate back for a couple of reasons. One, to keep equipment from stacking up out on Telegraph, but also two, to your comment, when we have a 75-foot plus big rig rolling in, we need plenty of space to get that truck off the road, get the guy on chain, get him unloaded. So we've got a nice setback for that fence. Also maintaining the current landscaping that's in place along Telegraph Road, and proposing some nice touches with some street side facing art as well.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, council, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah. I don't know how far the lot goes back, but I know it's well wooded. Is that part of your property? Because it's a nice buffer.
Yes, there's at least 50 feet of green space at the rear of the property.
Yeah, great.
All right, Councilman Brightwell?
Yeah, just a generic question. Would looking at would the general public realize that this is a Caterpillar dealership, or would it be based on your setback and the shrubbery and all those kind of things? But it wouldn't be that kind of a display.
Yeah, it really wouldn't. I mean, for general public driving by, if they didn't know, they wouldn't know, right? So
Okay.
if you're familiar with Caterpillar, if you're familiar with what we do, if you're an operating engineer, you might drive by and say, oh, hey, that's where they're keeping the
I
stuff.
got you. Okay.
But we're not, it wouldn't look like a general rental or a Home Depot type of place whatsoever.
Okay, that's good.
You do have Caterpillar on the sign.
We do have Caterpillar on the sign, yeah. So those that know Caterpillar and know the brand would know that we are a cat rental store.
Yeah, I was just probably, when I spoke previously, a little hyperbole when I mentioned a Chevrolet dealership.
Right.
The normal person that's driving would not realize that this is a Caterpillar dealership without, professional opinion or something.
If you know the brand, I think you would recognize it.
Sure.
If you didn't, maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't.
I got you. Okay.
Okay. Council, any other questions? All right, Mr. Crode.
Just asking if there's a consensus to move forward. This is not official vote or anything. I see enough heads shaking yes. Okay. We will bring this back in the near future after we go through the process, but it'll include a text amendment, a special land use, and a site plan. And it'll be in that concurrent order.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have a presentation and discussion regarding an addition of an adult use recreational marijuana grow processing facility.
Yes. To introduce this next item, last council meeting, you entertained two adult use retailers. This is our first adult use grow processing, and the property is located at 21680 West 8 Mile, NTK Investments LLC, located on the north side of 8 Mile between Evergreen Road and Losser. Existing zoning is I-1 industrial. The special use request is to allow for recreational adult use marijuana grow facility, and it was previously approved as a medical marijuana grow and processing facility on June 22nd, 2020. These are images of the existing aerial in the building from 8 Mile. Current zoning is I-1, future land use is consistent. Site plan, there's nothing specifically changing with the site plan. We would do a site inspection to make sure that they're in compliance with all previous approvals. This is the interior floor plan, and with that, I'm going to ask the representatives from the grow facility to talk about any differences from the medical marijuana grow and processing to the adult use, and then a little bit else about why you're doing this and anything else you'd like to add, and then we'd be happy to answer any
Can you just give your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Norman Kuza, 21680 8 Mile Road, Southfield, Michigan. The difference is, and the last time I spoke when I was here, I think about a month and a half ago, was that the recreational use is what everybody's using today. The medical use is basically going to diminish the use of that. Our sales right now are basically kind of like dead in the water because nobody's pretty much buying medical. The state will allow us to convert the medical to recreational if we're granted that by you guys. So I'm here trying to.
So again, this is for discussion purposes prior to a public hearing that's scheduled for July 24th.
Council, any questions? Councilman Banks?
Just to clarify again to the planner, this is the location on 8 Mile between Losser and Evergreen that originally was approved
For medical marijuana.
Medical marijuana grow.
Grow and processing, yes.
Well, has this site ever been developed? Because we had another grow center on the other side, I believe, of Telegraph that is no longer there. Is that correct?
Well, you can confirm, but you have operated as a medical marijuana.
Correct.
grow.
We're currently operating right now. We're open.
Yeah, they're just saying that their sales are down significantly because of the adult use. So their existing medical grow facility. They're the only ones that built out to full capacity.
And you're between Lazar and Evergreen, not Telegraph and Beach?
That's
There
correct.
was another grow center.
Correct.
Correct, okay, because for some reason I thought your site had never
You
been.
threw me off for a second there, though.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Correct.
I thought your site had never been
Yes.
developed yet.
There was another one that never fully got developed, but these guys had.
So
There
the
was
one-
3 originally approved.
On 8 Mile Road?
2 on 8 Mile and 1 in the Bridge Street area. This one was fully developed as a medical marijuana grow.
Okay. And they're requesting to
Be able to grow the adult recreational
recreation. Thank you.
recreational use.
Councilman Frazier?
Yeah, this is a question to maybe our attorney to start with. And that is, can we limit the kind of products that are sold in a business? Or once he's back now wanting to change it from medical to adult. Can we say that's it?
I'm not sure, I want to make sure I understand your question. So this is a grow establishment or facility for adult use. The only thing they're going to be doing is growing for the adult uses. And the state obviously is going to be regulating that, and they'll have to get their license. So that's the only thing that not only will they have to get a license from the city eventually for, but also from the state. And so whatever, being a grow facility, my understanding is the only thing they can grow is for adult use marijuana and go through the process from the testing and all of that is only going to be related. It sounds like he's not going to be doing the medical anymore at all.
The medical's going to be phased out.
It's going to be phased out.
We're not a retailer, though.
Right, right.
The thing that concerns me is creep. And the example that I can show you or tell you about is the gas stations. First of all, they wanted to sell gasoline. Then they wanted to store stuff outside. The first thing then they wanted ice chests outside. Now they want to sell liquor. And it keeps, they got their foot in the door, so they keep adding things and adding things. With the marijuana things, first it was medical, then it was adult use, now it's grow. And I heard on the radio the other day, mushrooms are starting out. People want to have hallucinations from mushrooms. The question that I have is, can we say enough is enough? We don't want, next thing we know, it'll be, we'll mix our own in the back room and bring it out in a goblet and sell it to you.
Well, it would be a violation, local and state law, because first of all, there's a special land use required for the adult, well, I should call it recreational marijuana, because you have to, again, like I said, you have to have the license not only from the city, but also from the state. So all of that's heavily regulated, based on the statute and, of course, our ordinance. So if there was to be a request to do anything else, there's going to be an issue because they only have a special land use permit for that recreational grow and currently the medical grow. So that's the only thing they can do. And that's the only thing they're limited to, not only with the city, but with the state. So they can't come in and say, well, now the state is allowing this. And obviously we, as a city, even if there was some weird situation like that, we would be able to say, no, you got a special land use permit for a recreational grow, and that is all that this site is being used for.
So we can write our ordinance to limit what we will stand for?
Well, within our zoning ordinance, it already states this is the only thing, if you're going to ask for that, that's what's allowed at that location. So it's already in the ordinance that this particular area is for adult use if you want. And I like to say recreational because it's pretty much one and the same, but the recreational, which becomes adult use marijuana, that's what that permit is only for. So that limit, they can't do anything else. And so it would be on the permit, that allows them to use that just for that purpose. So they can, if they, so I think what you're saying is, can we saying you can't do anything else, but that's what the permit is saying, is this is the only thing, only activity that's allowed in this location. So they can't even consider doing anything else. But if you're saying in the future they want to sell something like mushrooms or something like that,
We have to come back. We have to come back
you
and
have to
ask
come
you.
back, right?
Yeah,
and
we're not a
then we
re-
don't
we're not a
even have
retailer.
that. Right.
So we're not a retailer, so we can't keep just
Right, yeah.
adding whatever's going to come out. Like you said, you heard something on the radio, we'd have to come back in front of you guys, and actually the state has to approve it as well.
Right.
You are not retailers?
Well, I'm not a retailer, no.
Wholesale.
Wholesaler. So we would be like a supplier to a gas station, like supplying them with the gas, for your example.
So you only grow?
We only grow right now in processing,
And you
correct?
grow- And you, well, you sell what you grow?
Yes, we sell what we grow if we could sell it, like on the recreational side, yes.
But that's retail.
No,
If we
that,
could, that's only wholesale.
That's only
It's
wholesale.
They have to use secure transporters to.
Oh, you're growing it for other retail areas?
correct, correct.
Okay. I wasn't clear, and I thought.
It was a great question, though. It was great what you said, though. It was a great question, but that's more on the retail side. of
Through
what
the
you're
chair
saying.
to Councilman Frazier, we've separated those uses, so they're not allowed to grow, process, or sell at the same facility. And there are separate zoning districts are required for, between the grow processing and the retail sales. So this is just wholesale grow and processing.
Yeah, but we thought we were gonna, gas stations could only have ice chests inside too.
We're gonna deal with that next.
So, I mean, sometimes it sounds one way and ends up a different way. And I'm just trying to clarify what we're talking about right now. So, okay, I think I understand now.
Okay, Councilman Brightwell?
As we started going further into this, I know, what is your capacity? And I'm missing some of the terminology that we use when we were setting these up, but there are different types and there's certain capacities within.
If I could, the different classes for the amount of plants that can be grown. Can you talk about what your capacity will be?
Like how many plants are in the buildings, is that what you're
Sure.
asking me?
Yes.
6,000, but they
Okay.
grow small. Every plant grows a different size. So
Yeah,
but-
what class is that? A, B, C, or is something?
C.
C?
C.
That's the highest you can go?
Class C is
That's
the highest, yes.
classification. So, obviously.
It goes on the size of the building, basically, is what it really determines it, and how big the building is. When you say like Class A's, you're limited, it's a smaller amount of plants if it's a smaller, really small building. Then Class B, if you're going medium size. If you're going larger, then it's a Class C.
Okay, so, doing your market study, whatever, will you be able to handle the demand for that out of that location?
Yes.
Do you, okay, I'm not necessarily getting into your business plan. But
Sure.
Do you anticipate being at full capacity at any point in time? Do you really know what the?
Once we're recreational, yes, we'll be at full capacity. We'll probably have to end up hiring more people as well, too. You know, that's what we've been waiting for right now, is because there's no demand for our product. A couple of the dispensaries here, one of them was closed down because it was medical, the other one was struggling, and they're just starting to pick up their business right now because they're recreational. But if you look at the other cities that are recreational, they're doing really, really well.
Okay. Do you have I know everything is segmented and segregated. Do you have a secure transporter?
You have to use a state licensed transport company
Yeah.
that picks up the product and actually takes it for testing. Then once it's tested, then if we sell the product, then they have to come back and pick up the product and take it to the dispensary, like a gas station, like he said, for retail.
Okay. Okay.
Just a correction, we don't allow sales at gas stations.
You don't.
Well, we just.
I retract that statement. What I meant to say.
To
statement, yeah.
retailer, approved retailer.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure that, and obviously, you got this segment, which is the the growth segment, then we have
Correct.
another transport.
Correct.
So you have a transporter lined up to transport your product to the
Correct.
retail?
The state's got everything separated, so to a T. Every single thing is separated. For example, if I own a grow and processing, I can't own a transport company.
I know.
They've got everything's totally separated,
I know,
so,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, all right, good enough, thank you.
Okay. Council, any other questions? Okay. We will see you back on the 24th for a public hearing.
Can I say one more thing? I want to compliment all of you guys. You guys did a great job and handled yourself really, really well today. I've been here for quite a while, but I've been here since 5:30, but you guys did great. Good night.
Thank you. All right, next we have presentation, discussion, and, well, no action, but regarding zoning text amendments.
Yes, a couple of these are council directed, and we bundled these text amendments based on direction from council and some other areas of the ordinance that needed cleaning up. What we're dealing with is exterior ice chests and storage, retail sales of beer, wine, mixed spirit, drink products, and spirits at gas stations, fence setbacks, materials and corner clearances, accessory building height, and definition of city planner. So council directed us to develop regulations to allow for liquor, wine, and beer sales at gas stations. And in the past, we, just prior to the pandemic, we were trying to deal with exterior ice chest sales. A number of the gas stations that weren't in compliance are now in compliance, and they sell ice on the interior. Not all gas stations will sell beer, wine, and liquor. So we wanted to also create regulations that would allow for exterior ice chests if they meet a number of regulations, including barrier-free access, and not blocking corner clearance, not taking up parking spaces, that they're accessible themselves. We also have been working with the Codes Department to deal with the proliferation of exterior sales. Back when the ordinance was first adopted, just about every gas station had a service bay associated with it. So you would go and get your oil changed or your tires changed. You might have some light mechanical work done, and you would get gas. And in those instances, the ordinance allowed for accessory retail sales of products specific to the automobile repair. Windshield wiper fluid, windshield wipers, snow brushes, tires themselves. And those were allowed to be displayed on the exterior only during the hours of operation of the facility. Over time, all but 2 of our 37 gas stations now have converted to C-stores. But we start to see the gas stations selling wood for campfires, for salt, clothing, summer furniture, beach balls, folding chairs, hats, T-shirts. And when we're looking at this, council's direction was, well, if you're going to, if a business is going to sell beer, wine, and liquor, they got to be able to have all their products on the interior. There's an ordinance actually against exterior sales, but we did make an exception for, on a limited basis, exterior ice chests. So these are the regulations that we've worked on to bring back for council for consideration. And we have, this slide has examples of some exterior ice chests that are blocking barrier-free access, that are not themselves accessible to persons with wheelchairs or other disability, and other exterior convenience items. And we also, on the bottom 3 slides, show several examples of convenience stores and gas stations that have interior ice chests so that patrons still have access to ice, but it's all sold from the interior. Another issue that's been brought up to us over the last couple of years from several fence contractors is that there's a current provision under single family, especially for single family that are on corner lots. there's a 25-foot setback for all structures. I don't think the intent was to include fences, but that's the way the interpretation has been. And so if a person on the example on the left, if they have a property on a corner lot that has two streets, they have the street frontage of their address, which is considered the front yard, and they have a side street, which is their side yard, they're prohibited from installing a fence to their property line, as shown in the example on the left. They have to have a 25-foot setback. They can't extend into the front yard, and that 25-foot setback goes all the way into the rear yard. So they're losing a good portion of their backyard privacy under the current strict interpretations of the ordinance that says that all structures have to be 25 feet from a side property with a road. We're making a simple text amendment to say that structures still, such as garages and sheds, have to be 25 feet, but the exception is a fence that meets our ordinance can be built within 1 foot of the property right away, as long as corner clearance is maintained and they don't violate any of the other regulations in the zoning ordinance or the code. Another issue that has come to our attention through Zoning Board of Appeals and working with the building department is the height of accessory structures. We want to clarify that the height of accessory structures such as sheds and so forth cannot exceed 15 feet. And then finally, throughout the ordinance, there are many different references to Director of Planning, Planning Director, Director of Economic Development, City Planner. We just want to add a definition on the front of the ordinance saying that it's basically all of the above are the same terms for the same person that's authorized through your charter. That's my current position. So what we're trying to do is a few housekeeping things with the ordinance, as well as respond to the direction the council has given us about dealing with exterior ice chests and storage, dealing with special land use to allow for retail sales of beer, wine, mixed spirit, drink products, and spirit at gas stations, fence setbacks, materials, and corner clearance, accessory building height, and the definition of city planner. Again, this is for discussion purposes only. This will come back in 2 weeks for a public hearing.
Councilman Frazier?
Yeah, could you explain the fence again? Let me tell you what I think I heard. If someone wants to build, they live at a corner and they want to build a fence, they need to have 1 foot inside the sidewalk or the property line. How long can the fence be along that side street?
Well, the current ordinance, the way it's written, is no structure, and structure is defined by anything that's basically put in the ground, including fencing, has to have a 25-foot setback from the side yard. If they were an interior lot, they could build within 1 foot of their property line on either side and in the rear, and no further than the front of their building. But the corner lots are being penalized in a way because they cannot build on their side yard, as shown in the diagram, to the street. They have to be 25 feet back. What we're recommending is allowing them, the exception would be fences would be allowed to be built within 1 foot of the right-of-way, which is typically 1 foot off the sidewalk, as long as they're not violating corner clearance of the two street intersections or interior clearance of a driveway of a neighbor, that they're not blocking the neighbor's ability to back out of their driveway and see pedestrians on the sidewalk.
Okay, are you saying that the side yard fence can't extend beyond the front of the building?
Well, that's the current, is they can't extend beyond the front of the building, but in this particular case, that 25-foot setback on the side yard extends all the way to their rear. So they're losing a substantial amount of their rear and side yard for privacy within their backyard because they can't put the fence up to the property that's on the adjacent street.
Well, what I'm suggesting is I don't have any problem with them extending it between the 25-foot setback and the 24-foot setback. But extending it down the side street, I don't think that I'm want it all the way to the corner, as long as there's a corner fence on the side street.
Yeah, well, again, our ordinance doesn't allow fencing to extend in front of the building.
Yeah.
As you recall, years ago, we started seeing 6-foot-high fencing being built in the front yard.
Yeah.
And along the front yard, so the neighbor's view of the front of their street was being obscured. So we adopted an ordinance that no front yard fencing can extend beyond the front of the building,
right,
except for decorative fencing, which is limited to so much, like a split layer fence.
Picket fences.
Yeah, so even on the side yard, they still can't extend all the way to the next street, because that would block somebody's view.
Okay, so they can take it all the way out within 1 foot of the sidewalk, but not beyond the front of their house.
That's correct.
Okay.
And that is, again, I probably received a dozen or so situations where we have corner lots, building contractor contacts us, they have to go through the process of a zoning board of appeals, which is more time and money for the homeowner. And it's a simple clarification.
Okay.
And to be honest with you, it's in an obscure part of the ordinance. It's not even related to where the fence ordinance regulations were. So I think this is a simple fix that will help a lot of homeowners and still protect neighbors from their privacy and views.
Oh, of course, yeah. And I don't have any problem with that, as long as it doesn't extend beyond the front of their...
That's, yeah, right.
And that they build it the wrong side out.
Right. Well, there's
The good
already
side
regulations.
goes to the outside.
Yeah. Good neighborly.
Pardon me?
Being a good neighbor and putting the finished side on the outside.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right. Councilman Banks?
Could you go back to the first slide, please? So, if I heard you correctly, there will be some gas stations that will be allowed to have ice chests on the exterior, but those gas stations that possibly will be able to sell beer, wine, or mixed spirits, the ice chest has to be on the inside?
That's correct. All exterior sales have to be on the inside if they get approval for beer, wine, and liquor.
Okay.
Though there may be a few gas stations based on the size and the cost of the liquor license. It could run anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000. They may choose not to sell liquor. In those circumstances, if they still desire to have exterior sales of ice chests, they just have to meet a series of regulations that they're not blocking barrier-free access, that the ice chests themselves are barrier-free, they're not taking away any required parking, they're not blocking corner clearance. So there is a way forward for gas stations to have exterior ice chests, but they have to comply with these other regulations.
Thank you. And I can just speak for myself because I know a few of my colleagues think opposite. I personally like the exterior ice chests. It seems like whenever I have to go in a location and purchase it, it's because we're running somewhere and someone says, will you bring ice? And then I'm all full of water, and I'd rather just drive my car up, put it in the trunk, pay for it, and be done with it. So I'm glad we're not totally eliminating the exterior.
If you know that the way some of the older ice chests are, I've been on those late night runs where I'm almost crawling in the inside to grab that last couple pieces that are frozen to the bottom. Those aren't accessible. So if they have accessible ice chests similar to the way they're done on the inside and they can meet all those requirements, yes, we would allow them to have those exterior sales.
And I've experienced the same thing on the inside trying to get it.
Yeah.
And it's all stuck and just water going all over. Thank you.
All right. Just a comment and a question with the fences. I know that is something that the zoning board has asked me about. They said that most of their cases are the fencing setbacks, so I'm glad that we're addressing that. And then with the discussion about the ice chests, whether inside or out, is the main issue the fact that they were blocking ADA accessibility? So if they wanted it on the side of a building,
Yeah.
or it's not blocking any type of ADA issues, then it would be allowed on the outside.
Well, again, they have to meet the requirements that we put together, because if you're a person with a disability, or you're in a wheelchair and you need ice, and it's stuck in a location that's not accessible, or you can't access the ice themselves,
Right.
we don't want to encourage that.
But we don't want to be blocking the ADA accessibility.
Of course, yeah, that was the main reason.
Okay.
Is that they were blocking the accessible route to the accessible entrance of the building. And then we were trying to deal with, as Councilman Frazier had said, there was a creep. There was all kinds of sales of wood and other things. And when the original ordinance was put in place for accessory sales of automobile parts, that was a different time when a number of us went to our local gas station for repairs. And they wanted to have their tires out and displayed. But I can tell you, out of the 37 gas stations, I believe 35 no longer do any type of mechanical repair at their gas station.
Okay. Any other questions, Council?
Well, the handicap thing was really a secondary thing. The primary thing in the ordinance was the only thing that could store outside was associated with automobiles, and ice was not.
And it kind of...
And then it morphed into
yeah.
the ADA issue.
Okay. Any other questions, Council? Okay.
So this will be back in 2 weeks for a public hearing as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we have the LTU and City of Southfield all-turf softball, baseball field collaboration.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tonight, we're asking for council action to authorize the formation of a
Is your microphone on?
between the city
Mr. Zorn? Yes, Mr. Zorn.
Tech for the purpose.
Is your microphone on?
Yeah, it is. Can you hear me now?
No.
All right, I apologize. This evening, we're asking for council to adopt a resolution authorizing the formation of the Lawrence Technological University, City of Southfield all-turf softball, baseball field collaboration. We're also asking that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to to sign that agreement, subject to the review of the city attorney. The total project cost estimated at $2 million, with LTU committing $450,000 to fund, and $1.5 million, $50,000 coming from the Capital Improvements Fund contractual professional account, and placing the project under the superintendent care of LTU with oversight from Parks and Rec Department and the administration. We have representatives from Lawrence Tech. Kevin Finn is here, and Keith from the Collaborative. Okay.
Keith Russo from the
We have a brief presentation as well. Go ahead, gentlemen.
So what you might not know is 2 of our teams, since we started athletics in 2011, have never played a home game here in Southfield. That includes our women's softball team and then our men's baseball team. With our women's softball team, our coach a few years ago had a donor who was interested in helping with us getting her a field, and he gave us that initial $450,000. Our challenge, we don't have the land on our campus in Southfield to build that field unless we were to go into neighborhoods, and we don't have that as a desire to do. So one day driving in and getting to know the people in Parks and Rec, I played in your softball leagues here in Southfield. We had a team from Lawrence Tech, and we remembered the field here on the municipal complex that has lights. And we proposed to Fred and to Terry and the Parks and Rec Department, what if we put turf on that field? It would allow us to do a couple things. What most people don't realize about women's softball at the college level, its main time of its season, believe it or not, is late February, March, and April. So not when you would actually really be using that field, because it's too cold in Michigan. But if you want to play softball at the collegiate level, the southern states kind of define how the northern states play it, following the academic calendar of a college. So you have to have a turf field in March because of how much rain we get, snow, ice, and occasionally we get that nice 75-degree day in March too. But that being said, we thought it might be a win-win to work with the city, because what that'll allow, and we have some drawings to show you, is your field now would have multi-use, it would have less maintenance, and you could also use it for other things throughout the year. In our case, the women's softball team, their season, like I said, from a competitive standpoint, is late February, which they'll be in Florida to play those games. Unless we get really good warming here, I don't see them playing in February at the field. But they would probably mid to late March, when the weather allows it, now play their home games here. And then in April, they would as well. Those games also, they are typically played when we're all working, from 12 to 5. Women's softball moves much faster than baseball, although baseball is speeding up a little bit now with the pitch clock. But that being said, after that, it's just practices that they would do then September through October, and they would do those during the daytime. So it would provide the city this all-turf field that you could use for many different purposes. I think it might be a good transition point for let Keith explain some of the stuff now.
Sure. So the idea behind it is really a multi-use field that can be utilized by, as Kevin said, by Lawrence Tech and the city for multiple recreational uses. So this is the existing field that's located just east of the rec center and outdoor pool. It's currently it's a baseball field right now. So this the survey drawing black and white to the right of your screen is it in its existing state. The idea is to utilize a good amount of the existing facilities. So there's an existing press box that would stay. A lot of the perimeter fencing would stay. Some of the site amenities in and around the parking, the idea is that really none of that changes. There would be improvements and minor expansions to the dugouts themselves to allow for the roster sizes that are needed at a collegiate level. They would be maintained relatively similar in structure and character, branded in a way that is beneficial to both Lawrence Tech and the city of Southfield. But really the idea is that, so the whole field, and it's a little bit hard to see, but approximately 35 feet, where the old field was, that in the back, the home run fence, that would be demolished and restored. It's kind of a wooded area, and that's an access area to the back maintenance area for the city there. But that portion of the field, that very back portion of the baseball field, that home run fence distance is not needed for adult rec softball or for collegiate softball. So that would be abandoned, restored, and then that fence would be brought in. So the side fences along the baselines would stay, and there would be a new permanent home run fence located, in the outfield. And then for collegiate play, there would be a fence that could be moved in. It would be the appropriate distance for softball. So that would be a temporary, or we kind of call it a semi-permanent fence that would have ground sleeves that could put in, and it would be utilized, as Kevin said, in those months of February, March, April, and then that could be removed and stored either inside or outside. However, we decide to do it there, and then the entire field would be available for multiple uses. So this picture kind of shows what it would look like when the college's unit for softball, for collegiate softball. What you're seeing there that looks like dirt, that would also be synthetic turf. So the entire inside area of this would be synthetic turf. And the idea there is that it could be, when it's not used for softball, it could be used for multiple programs. We talked about.
Just want to add, the biggest issue for women's softball is rain. Turf fields drain much quicker, and they get their games in, which then for us results in less time that they miss in classes. Because if the Wednesday game gets rained out, that doubleheader, guess what they're doing on Thursday? Now they miss 2 days of classes. This turf fields eliminate that problem.
And then maintenance, as Kevin mentioned earlier, both from that side and from the city side.
I'm not sure that missing class is so bad.
I haven't remained opinionless on that.
But there have been other things talked about, when that collegiate softball fence is removed, the whole area remains synthetic turf, obviously, can be utilized for flag football, other rec department uses as well. And these are just images, same field, just what it looks like without the shorter fence. And then just a couple of, renderings of what it would look like when it's in use. We have put together a conceptual budget. It's very early in the planning phase. Obviously, we're seeking approval for the project, but it is the goal for it to be a $2 million total project cost. That's essentially where we're seeing the cost right now. We do have a couple levers to pull, synthetic turf cost ranges. That's the biggest, the primary spend on this. That can range anywhere between $750 to $1,050 a square foot, depending on what gets selected. We're talking about 90,000 square feet of synthetic turf here, so a pretty big area. But then all the other amenities that go along with it. The way it's priced out today, and then taking account for inflation for construction of 2024, we're seeing this project coming in right around $2 million. From a scheduling standpoint, assuming approval in the near future, the remainder of this year would be utilized to design and document the project. That would be, with Lawrence Tech and with the city. We would anticipate permitting, bidding, and some of the long lead materials procurement happening early next year. And then with construction starting in April or whenever it's dry enough to start the construction. With that, are there any questions?
Councilman Frazier?
Yes, when you were negotiating that with Parks and Rec, did scheduling ever come up? Is the schedule gonna work for the?
I think we actually provide little conflict when it comes to scheduling because of how our season runs and then when our students would practice. Normally, the adult leagues don't play at noon, right? Because they're working during that time frame. So I don't think there'll be many scheduling conflicts. If anything, I think it opens you up to have even more opportunities to schedule, and that's something that we have mentioned to the recreation department, that our athletic department would be willing to work with them on two rentals when it's not being used. If that's something we figure out the common language with and stuff, so that the city can make some more money off these assets as well.
What about practice?
Practice season is in September and October, and our team right now practices from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. That's their preferred time because most of our classes are offered in the evening at Lawrence Tech. So they like to get it out of the way. Again, that's not a rental time for you, and we're not in a neighborhood. Their noise is very low, so it should be all right.
Well, your teams must be really good if you only have to practice in
Well,
September and October.
our women's teams are. They tend to be the ones that get to practice earlier is what I've noticed, but I'll leave it at that. Because we just won the women's lacrosse championship. Our women's softball team is competitive. This will make a huge difference for them, though, because they literally this year played at 4 different sites for their home games. So you don't get to pick up the tendencies of your field. They're like, where the Tigers are at Comerica Park, they have one of the largest outfields. They adjust to it somewhat. That's what our team will be doing here as well, though. They'll know their field finally. They won't always be the visitors when they're the home team. So they should be getting even better with it. The other part is it will help us attract better talent to the teams as well, because if you're a really good softball player and you're looking at a school that has a facility and stuff, that's going to have a heavy weight on your decision on whether or not to go to that school. And unfortunately, sometimes an 18-year-old doesn't think of academics before they think of athletics. And we're trying to mix both with them, but this will definitely help us win over a few students that maybe turn us down in the past.
Yeah, as long as there's no conflict in the scheduling.
Correct. I think it's pretty easy.
I think it's a good idea. I think it's a grand idea.
When do your tournaments like the conference tournament? So the conference tournament is always the first week in May, and that potentially could be something that we could talk about hosting. But that's already done by the first weekend in May. When it goes to nationals right now, the southern schools do not like coming north to play because of our temperatures. We saw that this year in lacrosse. We won the national championship both in here. We had nice 55-degree weather. Savannah from Georgia did not like that weather. They're the host next year. They got a lot of votes because there's more schools in the NA and the South. So softball and baseball, they're the national championships. They're going to go south with them just because the weather's a little bit more predictable when it comes to rain and so on when they got 16 teams there.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Can you flip back to the slide that showed the outfield measurements?
I think, is it on the?
For adult softball, that's what we were looking at. Because I thought it said 275 and it needs to be 300.
We can get that for 300.
Yeah.
Just
what I said.
275, I have a chance at it.
All right.
But there's room for that additional 25 feet because we're actually bringing it in from the baseball field. So,
Right. Councilwoman Hoag?
Thank you. 2 quick questions. Where's the seating for the spectators?
you have existing bleachers that are like by the dugouts, and then can you show them that drawing, Keith?
Sure. Well, you can see it in this rendering too. So if you look the center, the field behind
Okay.
Home plate, that's the press box. Then you see the two blue boxes beyond that. Those are the dugouts, and then the bigger blue and white areas beyond those.
Not too
are
much, but that's what's.
It's essentially where they sit now. There's a concrete slab there where
Okay.
the bleachers are. The idea here is that they'd be located in that same spot. They would be increased to seat 300 and be new bleachers.
And I'm sorry if you said this, but for ongoing maintenance, is that a joint?
It is, and actually our donor has given us ongoing maintenance money that we get for the next 10 years as well.
Oh, okay.
So we have some money we'll put into that. Maintenance, the main thing you're doing is you're basically almost like vacuuming the turf every now and then, is essentially. We already have some of that equipment because of our football field. So our staff will definitely work with Terry and Herc to make sure we're coordinating on their schedules, but that's definitely something we can already contribute to.
Thank you.
All right. Councilman Brightwell?
Ms. Hope, took one of my questions. The perpetual maintenance, is that already budgeted? Okay. And you are in well, anyway, you said the construction will be completed in August of 2024?
Like competitive games there would be spring 2025, get out of approval, or we can start doing bidding somewhere in, I always think of semesters, but like somewhere between October and December, ideally we'd be going out to the turf companies and have them give us a bid, or we can start construction in the spring of 2024. That would mean our team could potentially practice on it in the fall of 2024, but their competitive games would not begin in spring 2025. It might be though that Terry and the Parks and Rec crew could start using it already though earlier than what we're able to, because it's just our season in that March and April timeframe. That's when they would be putting the turf down at that point.
Okay. The other question.
One minute. Kevin, do you mind moving closer to the mic? We can't, we can't pick it up.
I can do that, I'm sorry. Did you want me to repeat that answer?
We're okay.
Okay.
Yeah, this is another softball question. The NAIA, and you indicate your guys, women, student athlete, have a 3.2. Where does that stack up in the NAIA?
We stack up pretty high. The typical grade point average, I think you're asking, like grade point averages?
Yeah.
Yeah, the typical grade, first of all, women in college tend to score higher grade GPAs than men do. Probably a lot of reasons for that we all know maturity-wise. But that being said, a typical student athlete, females are around 3.1. We're actually, this year, we're at a 3.35 with our women. Our men, though, we're at a 3.1. So our men are higher than the national average of 2.7.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Something we're really proud of. I think, our coaches do a really good job of making sure they are finding people who are students and that want to be an athlete as well, not just an athlete. That's kind of the key.
Okay, can you just reiterate, how is the perpetual maintenance will be paid for again?
We have money already in our account from our donor for the next 10 years to help with maintenance. We also have a lot of equipment that will be necessary to maintain this field because it's what we use on our football and lacrosse field, and our operations crew will definitely be doing that. They're going to have to take those fences down, so that's not something we would put on the Parks and Rec department. We're the one that needs that temporary fence, so we'll be taking care of that and stuff. But we look forward to it because you're solving a huge problem for us. Those young ladies, when we announced that we just received a donation, just to give you an indication, they were crying because the amount of travel that is on them just for even practices right now. They burn an extra 2 hours a day just getting to their practices and sometimes their games even more than that.
Okay.
What will happen next year, spring, summer, while it's under construction? Will the field be usable by our Parks and Rec? Or will it be out of commission for that season?
I think that's something as we get the timelines from the vendors. Once the turf's fully installed, I think there's a possibility you could use it in the summer already, but not in the spring.
I guess what we would say is, we can work together to figure out exactly when the construction window wants to be. It doesn't want to be in the middle of the winter, because it's a ton of earthwork, and that's the worst time to be doing that. But, if we work with the city and there's a certain, time frame that's good to do construction, we think it's probably in the 3 to 4 month window of time. We'll just, coordinate the work to be done at that time.
Okay. And then the lights in the outfield, will those be completely replaced?
Within the $2 million budget, the lighting is not on the table for replacement.
So then my question to Parks and Rec, I know that there have been some problems with the lighting in the past. Have those been resolved, or?
Okay, so you know my role changed, right? I'm no longer the Dean of Students at Lawrence Tech. My role is philanthropy. So yes, we will be seeking some individuals out there that we believe will want to invest in these young ladies. One is the existing donor, actually. We secured this donation right before COVID hit our country. And so there's been a delay in us getting action on it. He understood why. We didn't have the land for it, and we had to think of different solutions. But I'll be giving him a full briefing soon and saying that's one of the pieces that we could use some help with. But there's also on that team, there's some other parents who've expressed interest that have capabilities. We're going to pursue it. We just didn't put it in today's because we didn't have it secured yet.
Okay, and then the last question I have is, will there be any branding on the field, on the bleachers, on the press box that is LTU and City of Southfield, or how will that work?
I know that we would be definitely comfortable with branding with the City of Southfield. So our question would be, we would hope that you would allow us to put some Blue Devil language on there as well. But we understand this is your property. You're going to have City of Southfield on that. That makes complete sense to us. We're hoping that you can work with us for we can get our colors on it as well and just make the kids feel like it's their home place.
Okay. Council, any other questions? Are we prepared to vote?
Mr. President?
Yes.
I move that we concur with the formation of the Lawrence Tech University City of Southfield all-turf softball baseball field collaboration and authorize the mayor and the city to sign the collaboration agreement with review by the city attorney for a total project cost estimated at $2 million with $1,550,000 for the city of Southfield.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilman Brightwell, to approve the formation of an LTU City of Southfield all-turf softball baseball field collaboration as presented. Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Just a quick question. Softball/baseball. Will there be baseball, or is it strictly all softball?
This is strictly softball, the way this is being set, but I do hope one day we've secured some money and there is a baseball field that you're not using right now, but baseball fields are more expensive.
Okay.
The other thing is I'm going to have to lure my coach away from, he plays at the stadium in Utica, and he really likes that a lot.
Yeah.
So we have a good solution for him that we did not have for our women's team.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have the campus EV charging stations.
Good evening, Council. General Motors wants to double the number of EV chargers in the U.S. and Canada, and they have partnered with Charge EV to help do that. Charge EV has approached us. They would like to put 4 charging stations on campus. There's no cost to us for installation, no cost for electricity. All we would have to do is agree to leave them in place for 10 years and maintain the parking spots as we already do. We would get a small amount of money, that's 3 cents per kilowatt hours. Just to let you know, right now, that's nothing. Our total kilowatt sales in the 2 chargers we have now were 97 kilowatts in kilowatt hours in April, 118 in May, 152 in June. So obviously they are thinking long game here. I do have representatives from Charge EV to add a little more information and answer any questions you might have.
All right. If you want to approach the microphone, name and address for the record, and thank you for your patience this evening.
Thank you for having us. My name is Mary Kay Andrews. I'm with Charge EV and State Electric Company, and this is the owner of Charge EV and State Electric Company, Dwayne Lobestal. Dwayne, will you give the address?
Dwayne Lobestal, 15045 Dixie Highway, Holly, Michigan, 48442.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add?
Just a few pieces of information. I'm such a shorty. General Motors approached us to and approved our company to be an installer for their General Motors dealer community charging program. And Southfield was chosen as one of the 40 or so initial municipalities within the Metro Detroit area for us to approach you and bring this program to your municipality and your residents and visitors. When we reached out, we spoke to Mr. McCrena and a couple other members of your team. And basically, the program is bringing EV chargers with the Flow brand, FLO. And you probably have the spec sheets for the Flow EV charger. It's a level 2 80 amp charger. It's the fastest level 2 charger on the market at this moment. Flow is out of Canada, but they have a new manufacturing plant in Auburn Hills. So General Motors decided to partner with Flow. And each municipality gets to decide the number of locations, and to the majority of the extent, the number of chargers or pedestals. Each pedestal that your municipality has chosen, which is 4 pedestals, each pedestal has 2 chargers on it, so that would service 2 parking spaces. So most municipalities are choosing locations such as City Hall, parks that have parking spaces, public parking lots. And so that is what we have presented to your team, and we have provided the lease agreement to you today to review and approve and hopefully sign, and then we can start our installation process.
Okay, so you are proposing to put 2 by the ice arena and then 2 near the library. Council, any questions? Councilman Frazier?
In the write-up, it said that we have signed on for a 10-year contract, but during that 10-year period, if the electrical use goes way down, you're free to cut it off. My question is it possible to take your charger out and deadhead the the cables?
Yes.
Still at.
So basically, you're asking let's just hypothetically say there's a charger and it's not being utilized, and we just think this is a bad asset, right? Removing it, we would remove that infrastructure. Is that what you're asking?
Well, I'm saying, don't pull all the wiring out, but just deadhead it at the location so that 2 weeks after you leave, everybody wants to buy an electric car.
Yeah, well, I mean, we haven't run across this yet, but that's technically, if I'm putting that service in, it would be my service, and I usually restore it back to existing condition, but we haven't had to do that. I don't foresee that being something that we're going to do, but I guess I hadn't thought about that. You're basically saying cap it off and leave it.
Yeah. It's minimum cost to you, but.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So because this is such a new program, we haven't actually had that type of situation. It's in the lease contract, but the amount of usage is so small that the likelihood of that actually happening isn't likely. And with EV adoption continuing to increase, we don't anticipate that happening, especially with the amount of cars that you're seeing in the parking lot area, especially with your residents going to the locations that the ice arena and the other location that you had mentioned, the library.
The library.
Yeah. So.
Right.
It's very minimal. I have it.
I think it may equate to like 1 charge in a month. I mean, it's.
Yeah, it's about 1 charge per month, or in 1 month period. Let me see if I can find it.
We're not looking to remove the asset.
Even though it's the fastest charge, which is what, 15 minutes?
No, that would be a level 3 DCFC. This is a level 2. So basically, when someone is coming to the library or coming to the ice arena with their vehicle, and I also should mention that we market these EV chargers on PlugShare. So EV drivers, they're very adept. They know what they have to look for, and they know where they are, the apps to use to find EV charging stations. So what happens is they'll be going throughout their day. They may come to the ice arena to watch their kid play, their practice, you know, what have you, and then they charge up for an hour or two. 80% of people that own EVs, they're charging at home. So when they go to the library, they may plug in for an hour while they're at the library. There's an event going on at the library, they plug in for an hour or two. So you're not going to see people charging for hours and hours and hours on end.
Kind of need to evaluate that there's a destination location that's here, and there's some dwell time.
Okay.
The high-speed ones they're referring to, they're a level 3 DCFC, which is direct current fast charge. Those are more for major thoroughfares. You're passing through, you're on your way somewhere, you have to get off, charged up, and continue on. Completely different animal.
So I'm not sure if you have in front of you the lease agreement that we sent over. There is a section, early termination, and it says if at any time after the 36th month of the term, the EV chargers at the premises are performing at an average of fewer than 50 kilowatt hours per month over any period of 6 consecutive months, Charge EV shall have the right to terminate this agreement by providing the host a written notice. The likelihood of that happening is not great, and we would then be expending money out to put in all the infrastructure and then be removing it. We don't want to do that. That's not our goal. Our goal is to provide a service and support your residents and support municipalities around the state of Michigan for this program.
Yeah, that's a pretty poor business plan if you put the chargers in, nobody uses them.
That's not, right. That's not something that we're anticipating because of the EV adoption and the exponential growth of EV purchases over the past few years. So we only...
What came first, the chicken or the egg, you know? Something has to give. You got to have some places to charge, as well as the people who use the vehicles to charge it. There's a lot of EV product coming down the pike here.
Okay.
We do a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Banks?
Thank you. Do you have any other locations in Southfield that you will be installing?
No, so this is a municipality program.
Okay.
The goal and the mission for the General Motors Dealer Community Charging Program is geared towards municipalities. So we would only be going through your municipality. It's not to say that there would not necessarily be private site hosts. That has come up. But most municipalities, because of the revenue share, the advantageousness of the program is to have it at municipality owned property.
And do you think 4 is enough? I guess the reason I'm asking, we were just recently out of town, and I was surprised there were several people around us who were planning their day because they had plugged their car in before they could go anywhere, and we just started chuckling. It's like, oh my God, it's actually here. And I know the wife wanted to go here, and the husband's like, no, we've got to find a charging station. So
I went to use my EV car yesterday, and my kids had used it and not plugged it in. They got 40 miles on. I'm like, what are you doing? You know?
So
little things. But if I had where I was going, if there had been a charger, I would have plugged it in and charged, but I couldn't make it there.
So, and I think that's part of the reason why General Motors is bringing this municipality program to provide 44,000 EV chargers around the nation. And with that being said, the 4 pedestals would provide charge for 8 vehicles. And what we have been guiding municipalities is to start kind of minimally, and what we've told municipalities is if you're seeing an uptick, let's say a year or 2 from now, come back to us and say we'd like to put in more. What's nice about the EV charger that is part of this municipality program, they have and I believe you should have received the spec sheets as well. It has what's called a daisy chain system, so they easily connect to one another. So if more would like to be put in, we could easily do that infrastructure at a later date, and other locations as well. So what municipalities are doing, depending on size, is they start out small, they start with 1 or 2 locations, and then they see how things go. And as EV adoption continues to progress, then they add more on.
Thank you.
Councilman Brightwell, did you have a question?
Yeah, I think perhaps you might have answered it. Our current, will this fit into our current infrastructure when you install these 2? Will there, I know we placed our two charging stations downtown because they were very downstairs, because in the basement, in the parking lot, because it's very convenient to our current infrastructure. So how will this disrupt our infrastructure? Would it be added to our infrastructure, what you're doing?
So let me answer that. Every one of these situations is unique. Very rarely do I go into an existing facility and I find that their electrical service is adequate to support the quantity of chargers we want to put in and the ampacity that they draw, especially as the chargers are getting larger like this, and especially in an existing facility of this age. With that being said, we have a long-standing relationship with Detroit Edison and Consumers Energy, and we have to do a site analysis here. I have to come through this and look at it with a fine-tooth comb and have utility coordination with Detroit Edison, because they're most likely we will need to build a service and have a transformer set. You know, the small green pad mount transformers you see around in like a neighborhood or something similar to that.
Okay, so will these, maybe I misheard, but will these 2 service 8 vehicles simultaneously?
No, we're talking about 2 locations.
Two locations they will serve.
And most likely in each one of those locations will require a transformer from Detroit Edison.
Okay.
And then 1 electrical service built to feed those 2 pedestals, which constitutes 4 chargers.
Okay.
So 4 chargers at 80 amps apiece draws 320 amps. You need a 400 amp electrical service to support it.
Okay. Now,
However, our goal is to not have the electrical service through the municipality. Our goal is to own our own electrical service. So you would not have to, we wouldn't have to necessarily tap into your infrastructure.
okay, that's music, what I was looking for.
We have done it, but a lot of times we try not to because there's some disruptions and it becomes quite convoluted.
Okay. And how quick, if there's a lot of demand, how quick can you adjust?
Adjust what?
The charging station, if there's a lot of demand for these 2 locations, you get cars.
How quick can we adjust to adding more?
Excuse me?
Did you say how quick can we adjust?
Adjust with respect to adding a new charging station. If the demand you have, there's a lot of demand, how quick can you satisfy that new demand?
It's dependent on your municipality if you want more put in.
I mean, okay, hypothetically, you had 4 of them sitting there being used, you guys came to us and said, we need more. How quick can I respond to that?
Yes.
Almost immediately, but there is one caveat. It's all going to be dependent on the utility company because depending on how many more you want to add is going to depend on how big the electrical service is. So it may require a new transformer to supply the amount of power that you're adding to it. Detroit Edison might say, well, we need a different transformer, it's a month out, 2 months out. I don't. They're very long in the tooth with things.
All right, you getting
Our end, almost immediately. Their end is a different story.
All right, well, I admit you're getting too technical for me, so.
Say that again.
That's, I admit you're getting too technical for me. So that's enough.
I understand that, yeah, that they're the hang-up.
All right, thank you.
All right, the only question I have is, what about other locations in the city, such as some of our city parks? Would those be eligible for charging stations?
So when we approached your team, they identified, I don't know if I'm pronouncing, for Casey Park. Or Fracassi campus as the location to start with. So the lease agreement that we have provided for your for your municipality just is for those two. If you would like to identify other locations, we could entertain that. But General Motors, and I also need to mention that there is a dealer component to this. So there's a dealership that sponsors the EV chargers. So there would be dealer coordination once the lease agreement is signed. And General Motors engages with a dealership near your community or within your community to sponsor those EV chargers.
Okay.
So they do have a slight say in you know, is this we want to approach locations that are busy, they have good traffic flow, and good amount of people that go to that location to provide a service for those people. So
Yeah, because off the top of my head, I'm thinking of two parks in the city that are quite busy. One is Inglenook Park, where we have 4 softball fields, so in the summer, it is constantly being busy, besides for the fact that there's a large playground. And then the other one is Carpenter Lake. We have some plans to do some work there over the next few months, and I think that would also be a great location, but you know, that would be probably further discussion after we work on these.
So with other municipalities that have identified multiple locations, we have said to them that we would entertain any location that they are identifying as, you know, really great locations for access for EV drivers, for EV charging, for their residents and visitors that come into their municipality.
Okay.
With that being said, I'll give you an example. One local municipality out by Oxford, if that tells you where it is.
It's not so local.
They're not in Oxford. Well, yeah, well, anyway, Oxford Township, they're doing some site improvements to a park kind of setting on their parking lot. And, they're connecting a big bike path. But anyway, long story longer, they want to do something. And they're getting some traction here on starting this earthwork and civil work kind of prior to this whole thing can actually come to fruition. So I kind of explained to them, let's not get too far into this. Consult with me, because I think we need to put some raceways in, some conduits underneath some things, so you can do your paving, and that we're all prepared. So that's what I maybe kind of heard you saying.
Yeah.
Get ready to do some work.
And I will let you continue working with Mr. McRena on identifying, I think those 2 park locations may be the next possible suitable locations, but I'm good. I think this is a good start, definitely.
And the only other thing that I'd add is this is a free program. There is no money incurred to your municipality at all. You do not have to own, operate, or maintain these EV chargers at all. Our company, Charge EV and State Electric Company, incurs the cost for the infrastructure. And again, the EV chargers are donated by, and sponsored, excuse me, by dealerships.
Right.
And what most municipalities find advantageous to this program is the fact that they don't have to own, operate, and maintain them. It's a lot of overhead and oversight to take care of that. The only thing that we ask of the municipality is what they do already, which is do the snow plowing, salting, and sweeping of the parking lot, just what you normally do anyway.
Perfect. All right, Council, any other questions? Are we prepared to vote?
Mr. President,
Yes.
I move that we authorize the clerk and mayor upon review by the city attorney to sign the contract documents with Charge EV of Holly, Michigan for the installation of public charging stations on the Frikowski campus at no cost to the city.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilman Brightwell, to approve a contract with Charge EV of Holly, Michigan to install public charging stations on the Frikowski campus at no cost to the city. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll be happy to talk to Mr. Macrina and the rest of the team about other locations as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Council.
Okay. We are now up to the council portion. Councilman Frazier?
I don't have anything except when we get all done, I do have a comment to make.
All right, Councilman Banks?
Turn my computer off. Thank you. Just a few announcements. July 11th will be the first gazebo concert in the city of Southfield. It will be held at the Berg Historical Site on Berg Road and Civic Center Drive. The concert will start from 7 to 8:30. Bring your lawn chairs, and it's a beautiful venue just to sit back and relax. Also, on Thursday, July 13th, we will have our second Eat to the Beat concert. It will be here at City Hall on the main campus. The hours will be from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. There will be food trucks and a live band will be playing. Thursday evening, again here at City Hall, the League of Women Voters will be hosting a candidates forum for the city clerk's position, which will be on the ballot August 8th primary. The forum will be at 7 p.m. and again, I believe it's here at City Hall. And then I have a question to I don't know if it's a city administrator or city attorney. At our last council meeting, we asked what the status of the liquor licenses were for those people that had already applied and were waiting, and I think it was gonna go before the legislative committee meeting, and I personally have not received any information on what the status was or the update, so I know it's late, maybe someone can just address. I'm assuming if I didn't receive it, no one else did. Someone said there was information out there. I said, well, I don't think it was shared with the entire council. So if that could just be shared with us tomorrow, I would appreciate it. I think it's not fair that these people have been waiting and we have these applications on file, and I just don't know what happened at the last meeting.
Speak to, we will be having the liquor control commissioners coming to the next meeting, but we did discuss those, and so there's a working knowledge with council about the liquor licenses. That's what I can say about it. I think there's a certain number left, but as far as what's being done, I don't have that information, but from my office, we are just providing the educational piece so that council does understand when they make the decision for those applications that are waiting, that they'll have an understanding. So I'm providing the educational piece, but as far as what's going on with the actual applications, I don't have any information as of today.
I guess what I'm not understanding is, I'm not sure if I understand, what is the educational piece? It's not like this is something new. We've been issuing liquor license in the city of Southfield over 45, 50 years. There was a point where we had no licenses available. I believe that was in 2017, and then all of a sudden additional licenses were given. I'm still confused how many licenses were given back to the city or defaulted back to the city, and I'm not sure what educational piece we need right now.
So let us provide you with the current list of people who have licenses, how many are available, and who have pending applications. It's my understanding that, as the city attorney has said, this was discussed at the last legislative committee, and we are bringing in a representative from the State Liquor Control Commission. There's a number of questions that came up regarding portability, transfer of licenses in and out. So we'll start with first a list of who has the license today, what applicants are waiting, and what we believe our waiting list is. And at 1.5 new licenses came back, and I think one was committed to a group called Pearl Restaurant, and I think that needs to go through a process. So I'd like to just start with that first question, and we've had legislative committee handling this. Unless directed otherwise, we'll continue to take the item through the legislative committee.
We, as a representative of the legislative committee, we did discuss this in legislative. Though, if I remember, and please forgive me if I'm not remembering every single action, but we are in agreement that the amount of requests that we've received, we should take action on. What we were trying to get was the language, if we could add to it, that if a business doesn't start or if it goes out of business or something like that, that the license come back to the city, because nothing is said in our ordinance about that. And the attorney had looked up something, and I believe that the language said that it has to go back to the state, and then the state can give it back to us with some kind of explanation or something on our part. But that was all new to us. The other thing that was, one second, and I have to I'm trying to remember, because it's like, the other part was the different classes. There was different classes of licenses, and we had asked for clarity or definition for that, and I believe Madam Clerk provided the legal or the definitions from the state. I believe that was given to us at our last meeting, along with a listing of who had currently applied and when they applied. Now, that information, I don't know if it was given to the rest of the council or not, but that we can, and I don't know if our chair, in hearing from you, it sounds like he didn't. That information we can share as early as tomorrow. But what we had asked, and legal is having someone come in for us. If I'm wrong, just tell me, because I'm just trying to remember all this. To explain to us what the licenses are, the classes and all of that, but also what we can add or how we can get this to come back to us some kind of way. But we totally agreed, everybody in the legislative committee agreed that whoever is applied, we need to go ahead and do whatever for those companies, not have them wait for us to come up with our decisions on the language.
Thank you.
And the legal is working on the language, and you had examples from other cities, Farmington or some other, and it's really just doing a comparison with what we have and what they had. Right. And you were going to get that back to us as soon as possible.
Sure, yeah, and because our orders is pretty straightforward. It's just kind council, I think the concern is always about once someone gets, the local approval, and they go back up to the state, and then they get the license, and then all of a sudden, if they no longer have that particular restaurant, for example, or, then they can still keep their license. And so actually in our ordinance, it does say, we can say to the state, revoke this license. We can do an annual review. That's what the other cities do. And we can then tell the Liquor Control Commission, revoke it, don't renew it. And so that's the process, that we go through anyways, and then always there's a resolution once we approve it. So I think my understanding is that the council just wants to make sure that we're covered. There's a clear understanding that when there's a liquor license approval, we can have, I'm going to look again, I can't recall right now, is there an annual review that the city can do? And then they need to know that right when they get approved, hey, we're going to do an annual review. And if you don't, meet the expectations as you presented to us, I'm going to have this restaurant, I'm going to do this, then we're going to recommend it be revoked.
And you were going to look at, one of the gentlemen that was there said that when he was at a mall or someplace, when they closed it, it reverted back to that mall. So it would be like if the city owns that license and we let that business use it, once that business does whatever, go out of business, doesn't open, whatever, it comes back to us. That happened in Dearborn, I believe.
Yeah, that was a little bit different. That's like when the mall, a certain district or something like that has it. So I'm not sure, and that's something that I'll ask if we can do that. That was like if there's a mall and they have a liquor license, and then those individuals are tenants. So, but getting back,
I apologize for being patchy.
No, it's okay. Well, if the information can be shared with the entire council, I personally would appreciate it, number one. Number two, when you do meet with the Liquor Control Commission, for years, at the end of the year, if a business owes any money to the city, you send them a letter. The clerk's office sends them a letter, and also the treasurer's office. And if they don't pay their taxes or whatever, that license can revert back to the city. It's just that the city has to aggressively check to make sure all the licensees, their tax records are up to date. And then a notice is sent, and I believe the notice went through the city treasurer's office. So that was done every single year, and if my memory is correct, we got a few licenses back because of that. Because businesses had closed, they owed the city money. So you may want to check with that also.
Yeah, that piece we didn't know.
Right, and then that comes as part of, doing our annual review.
Okay.
I'd just add that that's correct, Ms. Banks.
Yes.
So the letter went out from the treasurer. If they were behind in their taxes, water bills, they were in jeopardy of losing their liquor license. I don't know that it's done religiously every year.
Supposed to be.
We'll have to check with our treasurer, or maybe our former deputy treasurer knows the answer to that.
I do know that that's something that the treasurer has mentioned to me more than once. I do recall asking the clerk's office for that information.
Okay.
Those parcel numbers, but I can't recall.
Okay. The other thing, and Ms. Taylor, that you left out is at the end of the meeting, the legislative committee agreed that to recommend to the full council carry out sales at gas stations working through the planning department, and also liquor licenses for existing restaurants and event venues.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Taylor?
Nothing.
Councilman Brightwell?
I just want to thank everyone who participated in the tribute to Mrs. Barbara Talley on June the 26th. It was an outstanding event, and it was well attended. And I clearly want to just let everybody know within listening that the city of Southfield really contributed greatly to the production of the event. And I definitely want to thank the Parks and Rec, the amount of effort they put in as far as the what goes into the arrangements. And also I want to thank our Public Works Department for our sign shop, who was definitely involved. But the overriding thing is that a part of our mission in producing that tribute was the little motto we had. We're going forward with this, and the main thing is we want Barbara to be happy. And so of the hiccups that might have happened along the way, and everybody who was there, and subsequent to that, we heard about some of the other great things she'd done within the metro area. And she has a history in the metro area of, giving of herself for the benefit of others. And that really came through in a lot of the tributes to Ms. Talley. But the reason I'm speaking up right now, because I want everybody to know that the city of Southfield, the leadership of Southfield, this city council really put forth the best effort to make sure this lady was honored for all that she's done for the citizens of the world, really, of Michigan. And although we claim her, she's obviously made it. And what we heard, I heard from other individuals, she's been contributing all her life. So I'm glad we were able to show our appreciation. And thank the city, the administration, council, everyone. It served our mission of making sure we make sure Ms. Talley was happy. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Hogue. I just have one quick request to the administration. There have been a lot of residents who have contacted me regarding letters from code enforcement about sidewalk heaving. I know code enforcement goes around annually to different areas of the city looking for usually 2 inches or more of residential sidewalks that need to be repaired or replaced. The issue that the residents have called me about is they have 1 or 2 slabs that need to be replaced, and they can't get any contractors to come out to give them quotes unless the job is a minimum of $800, which I don't think 1 slab of a 5-foot square of sidewalk is $800. And I know that other cities do this. I believe our city used to do it, have a way that we can work with the residents. Either we do it ourselves, which I know is the default, but we always charge quite a bit of money, especially in administrative fees, or have a qualified contractor that we can recommend residents use, and that way all the residents you have a contractor who can do an entire neighborhood of 1 or 2 concrete sidewalk slabs if needed. I'm not going to get an answer this evening, but I think it's something worth looking into. So, all right, thank you. Mr. Mayor?
I'm not going to make this meeting any longer.
All right, Mr. Administrator?
If I may, Mr. President, I'm actually scheduled to meet with Code, so I'll review the matter with them tomorrow mid-morning. And I just wanted to comment, we've completed an exhausting process on the Beechwood, exhausting for council, but also my staff. As whenever you're going through a project, upon your successes and even your failures, an opportunity to step back and analyze what happened. And I think it's just very important that we recognize the planning processes that we took place. The Beechwood Master Plan, almost 4.5 years ago, was approved, identified this project as number 2. And then even the Parks and Rec Master Plan set a splash pad was number 5. We clearly heard the community tonight. We completed a process. The step back for us is the analysis of how did we go through so much planning exercise and not hear this, for it to come and at the final point. Because, frankly, a lot of staff time and a lot of professional consultants services were utilized to get us to this point. So that's one of the step backs I think we need to do as an organization, and I'll be incorporating and bringing the planner in, because frankly, if I were to bring in the Michigan Association of Planners, they would say, Southfield, you did everything right. And there's something very much wrong with the process that takes you this far along, and I'm going to say probably several hundreds of thousands, at least $100,000 spent in fees. I think council knows we will probably need to do a step back with Oakland County. There'll probably be a greater focus on a nature trail. And if you'll recall, even our grant submittal for our community projects to our Congresswoman focused more on the trails. It was a little bit frustrating to hear at the lack of recognition for the separation of two projects. The trail systems are very much, again, going back to our planning process, have been identified as high priorities, particularly along our mile roads. So the trail, the pathway around, down 9 Mile, the corridor we're working on within South Oakland County from I-75 to 275, and then that link between 9 Mile along Beach to Shiawassee. So again, that's something I think we need to just keep a focus on. And I just want to be clear, staff goes through the FHA, the Federal Highway Administration's notifications all the time. And there is a letter, and that letter includes you can donate it or there's a compensation. And compensation was offered. And I'll go ahead and say this, the dollar per square foot for an easement is far greater than the rest on a per square foot basis for the rest of that property. And I think it should be noted that there's already an easement for storm sewer along those roads. There was a lot of discussion, and I appreciate and recognize the concern that we heard tonight about safety. Having little distance between our roads and these paths is about safety. Some of us have seen where our bike lanes and our pedestrian lanes are right next to the road. That's not the ideal situation. We always like to have that buffer. So if folks are true to their word about safety, I'm hoping we continue in that venue. We are fortunate enough to have secured funding for that Beach Road Trail, so that's what prompted these letters. And I'll stop there. It's been a long night, but we will review that. But I do need to recognize the efforts of my staff, because I truly believe they did do things in accordance to best practice, and I need to keep a team, not let these defeats or what some may perceive as a defeat impact them. And then I just want to comment, last week the tennis courts on the municipal campus court got finished, a Parks and Rec project. The best I've seen them look in my soon-to-be 15 years here. Miller Park, I know it's causing a lot of us frustration. I'm going by there a couple times a week myself in the morning, and I can tell you this morning around 9:15, there were 8 people working on, and I believe in the next two weeks, by the end of the month of July, we will have that project complete. And then the storm separator project, behind in the rec center's been completed. If you've been out at the park at Evergreen and 9 Mile, we took down some dangerous trees, and I've had a couple people comment on how much better and safer the park looks. And then our renovation project at the DPW yard, the demo's going great. Austin Michaels and I toured that site last Wednesday, and we're progressing and we're on schedule there. So that's all I have this evening, and I thank you we got through a process, and I know some folks wanted the vote to happen quickly, but we had to complete the public hearing. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Madam Attorney?
I have nothing to add, thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, we have nothing else to discuss. We do have a closed session.
I do.
Oh,
Yes, I would like to reconsider the vote on item C of our consent agenda.
Support.
it has been moved by Councilman Frazier, supported by Councilwoman Banks, to reconsider consent agenda item C. Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. And,
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
I'm just a little slow right now. I need some coffee. Did you want to make a motion to receive and file?
I'll move that we approve the acceptance and filing of the Compensation Committee's recommendation.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Frazier, supported by Councilwoman Taylor, to accept, to receive and file the local officers' compensation determination. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
Motion carries.
No? We'll do it once.
Gee, I did it just for you.
We're good.
All we're doing is taking a piece of paper and putting it in the file cabinet.
That's a separate vote.
Or you
You
can vote any way you want.
You're voting not to receive it. That's what you're intending, correct? I'm sorry.
I guess I'm voting to receive it.
So that would be a yes vote?
If you want to receive it, vote is yes.
Okay, so
Oh, yes.
it's unanimous.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything else to come before us? Yes, Ms. Councilwoman Banks.
Yes, I need to find the resolution. Hold on, please. I'm sorry. I will try this. Okay. I'd like to make a motion that,
It would be a positive motion that would have to get voted down. Is that correct? No, what we voted on was to receive and file. So now the city we have it in our filing cabinet. The question is, do we want to approve?
So the ordinance says that the determination of the LOCC goes into effect 30 days unless council rejects their determination. And so if I'm understanding Councilmember Banks, she wishes to make a motion to reject the determination of the LOCC. Is that correct?
that is correct. Thank you.
Okay. So,
So
but
I-
isn't that a negative motion? Like we had,
So-
because we just did that.
So what we would do is make a motion
To
to
accept.
approve the local compensation, and she can vote no at that time. You know what I'm saying?
I do understand
That's what we,
the confusion because of the
Public
negative,
hearing.
but
Right.
I'm not sure that's a real thing, so.
so if we make a positive
negative.
motion to accept the determination, couldn't whoever If we wanted to vote no, we could vote no. Oh, no, that was to receive and file.
So now that we've received and filed, we have 30 days to make that motion.
I'm sorry, I just want to turn directly to the ordinance.
It's in the letter.
The determination of the commission shall be effective
30 days.
30 days following their filing with the city clerk unless rejected by the city council as indicated by this section. So, negative motion aside, I believe that the motion has to be to do exactly what the ordinance says, which is to reject. I don't think you approve. Approve is a passive action in this case by the council. I think you have to, if you do not wish, if Council Member Banks' desire is to make a motion not to let that determination of the LLCC go through, then she has to make a motion to reject the determination of the LLCC in accordance with the ordinance. That's what I believe the motion is.
Well,
I don't agree.
Okay.
You agree?
According to parliamentary procedure, you can't make a negative motion. You have to make a positive motion and defeat the positive motion.
So that's what I was saying.
Which is what we did by the public hearing.
Pardon me?
And that's what we did by our public hearing this evening is
Yep.
we made a positive motion but rejected it.
I understand what you did. I'm reading the,
So
and perhaps I'm
what's-
not the one
what
that
I-
makes that determination. I'm reading the charter,
Okay.
and I'm reading the,
No, you didn't do anything wrong.
I know. I'm just saying, I understand
So-
the difference between the two, but I think in this case, and perhaps I'm wrong, I think you have to reject it. I think the motion has to be rejected. That
Okay.
rejecting it is a positive thing.
Got it.
It's a positive action.
Okay.
I'll put it
So
that way.
Okay, I move that we reject the recommendation from the Local Officers Compensation Commission.
is there a second?
I'll second it just to get it on the table.
Okay, it has been moved by Councilwoman Banks, supported by Councilman Frazier, to reject the determination of the Local Officers Compensation Commission. All those in favor of rejection?
Yes, I'm in favor.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Yes. It is 5 against, 1 for the rejection.
Thank you, Council.
Motion has failed. Correct. Okay. I got that right? Okay. Any other business to come before the council? All right, we have a closed session.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I move that we enter into a closed session to discuss pending litigation pursuant to Michigan PA Public Act 267, Open Meetings Act Sections 8E and 8H for, do I have to read all of this?
No.
Okay.
Support. Can we do one
Well,
motion for all three?
Okay, can we do one motion for all three?
I believe we have to do separate motions, but we did not agenda item A is not going to be discussed this evening.
Okay.
Okay.
I amend, I don't even have to do that. I move that we go into closed session for the discussion for strategy and negotiations session connected with collective bargaining agreement as requested by one of the negotiating parties.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Taylor, supported by Councilwoman Hoag, that we go into a closed session to discuss strategy and negotiations connected with the negotiation of a collective bargaining agreement as requested by one of the negotiating parties. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
Councilmember Hogue.
Yes.
Councilmember Frazier.
Yes.
Council President Mandelbaum.
Yes.
Councilmember Banks.
Yes.
Councilmember Brightwell.
Yes.
Okay.
The motion passed, sorry.
Don't I have to do the other two as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Thought you could
Do I have to do the other two as well?
Well, not the minutes.
Okay, not the.
But
the other, do we have to state why we're going into closed session for the other items so we can discuss it?
discussion of real property?
Yeah.
Only one more. So that would be
Do we have to have a-
item C for the consideration.
Because if we don't say it,
Yeah.
we can't discuss it in
C.
closed session.
Yeah, so
Should I have said B, C, and E? I mean, B, C, and D, or just B and C?
well, you have to read the purpose for each one, so you already did B.
Yes.
And then you now read
C.
C.
Okay.
And we need a roll call for each one?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you just want to make the motion, I'll read it after.
Okay. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that we go into closed session for item C.
Okay.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Taylor, supported by Councilwoman Hogue, to go into a closed session for consideration of purchase of real property, right of first refusals in the 2023 tax foreclosure for parcel 762424127033 and parcel 762436451010. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Council Pro Tem Taylor.
Yes.
Councilmember Hogue.
Yes.
Councilmember Frazier.
Yes.
Councilmember Brightwell. Yes. Councilmember Banks.
Yes.
Council President Mandelbaum.
Yes.
Okay.